Everyone. It is April 4th, and we are back at Brookline School Committee. I say that only because we were here a week ago, and usually we meet every other week, but there's a lot going on, and sometimes our schedule gets readjusted around all of the other business of the town, which we know is a lot in the spring. So we will start with our calendar, and there are a lot of subcommittee meetings that you can see before us, including our capital subcommittee, which meets next Tuesday from 4 to 6, and then shortly thereafter is the special town meeting also on April 9th. Let's see, the High School Building Committee is meeting in a couple of weeks on the 22nd, and there are again lots of spring festivities, galas coming up. There was a fun one last Friday, the Trivia Bee, that many of us attended. And does anyone else have calendars? Yes?
I am in possession of the brand new invitation for the Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month 2019 winners of the Asian American Student Essay Contest on Wednesday, May 8th from 6 to 8 at the Brookline Teen Center. The event is free and open to all, and I will circulate that around so people can distribute it, and I believe that we may be able to put it on our calendar moving forward.
Thank you. On our consent agenda, we have student trips to Boys Track to both Philadelphia and New York, White Plains, New York, and the High School Music Department to Prague in the Czech Republic and Dresden, Germany. For next year. For a year out. Yes, thank you very much. A little more than a year out. I would entertain a motion on the consent agenda.
So moved.
Thank you. Ms. Federspiel for a second. Thank you. Any questions, discussion? All in favor on the motion? It is unanimous. It is time for public comment. And I will note that that we do also have we have public hearings on a number of warrant articles later on, and I also was contacted by members of the public who weren't able to attend later to speak specifically and asked, and of course I said it would be fine to hear during public comment on the warrant articles, because of that scheduling issue. So our first speaker under public comment is Ivan. Yes, and Lee Haller as well is the next speaker after. So tell us who you are and maybe where you live, and then tell us what you want to tell us.
I'm Ivan Epworth, and I live in Coolidge Corner. And so at lunch about a week ago, I couldn't get lunch because I didn't have enough money on my card. So, they wouldn't let me have lunch. And today, one of my friends couldn't get lunch either because he didn't have any money on his card. So I had to buy lunch for him. And they just don't let anybody buy lunch if you don't have any money. So I think that's very unfair.
Okay. May I?
Yes.
Hello, I'm Lee Haller. I'm Ivan's mother, and I'd like to give some additional context to his story. That day, after school, he had 2 day-set classes, the after-school enrichment program. By the time he got home at 5, he was so hungry he was crying. My husband immediately fed him, and when I got home at 6, he was still so upset he burst into tears again as soon as he saw me. His classroom teacher has been very kind in telling him to let her know if he's ever hungry and she will help him. Officially, however, the only response we've received after 3 emails to the food service director, which CC'd the superintendent and the principal, was one email last Friday from the food service director. That email read, "We never deny students with negative balances a lunch. All food service staff have been trained and are well aware that under no circumstances are students to be denied a breakfast and or lunch meal. I want to tell you that I believe my son. I saw him crying, and I believe, after 4.5 years in the school, where by all accounts he has been a fine student and community member, he deserves a response other than that couldn't have happened." The larger context which brings us here tonight is that I can find no written policy preventing this happening, having combed through both the policy manual and the wellness policy of the public schools of Brookline. We are here to ask that formal district-wide policy be written such that children are not to be turned away from school lunch for any reason, including lack of funds on the card. According to your website, the school committee is currently revising the policy manual, so we hope our testimony may be timely. The job of the schools is to educate children, and children cannot learn when they are hungry. In that way, the school failed him that day. This situation has also implied some very unfortunate other lessons, such as the Coolidge Corner School motto, "Work hard, be kind, help others," doesn't apply to everyone at the school. Some adults have the option of not being kind or helping others. These aren't lessons I want my son to learn in school or anywhere. I hope this meeting turns that around by teaching him that by speaking out, you can help change something that's wrong. I'll close now and just restate, I believe my son. I believe he deserves a different response from what he's received so far. And we ask that a formal policy be written, or if it exists, be made publicly available and findable on the website to prevent this happening to other children in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Rebecca Stone.
Hi, I'm Rebecca Stone, and I live on Toxteth Street. Nice to see you all. I do want to say, if I may, just to respond to what was just said, because when I was on the school committee and on the policy subcommittee, we worked very hard on a policy having to do with making sure that no child ever goes hungry in the public schools. So I know that that policy exists. I know that the preamble to that policy, I believe that we wrote at the time, says that the purpose of the policy is to make sure that no child ever goes hungry and that no child is ever shamed for not having money. And so I know it's there, and I hope, I want to echo that it should be findable because it is there, and the committee should get credit for having written that policy, and it sounds like it needs to be enforced a little bit more vigorously. But that's not what I came to talk about tonight. So I want to apologize. You guys scheduled the public hearings late, and I can't be here later to talk about Warrant Article 20, for which I'm the petitioner, but Carter Mucha, who's the BHS student who heads the student group that's been working with me on the warrant article, and who was with me at the policy subcommittee meeting that we had a couple of weeks ago, will speak to the warrant article later this evening. So I want to focus this public comment just on the legislation that's currently before the Mass Legislature. It's H 1959, which would mandate free menstrual hygiene products in Massachusetts public schools. It's patterned on laws that have already passed and are in force in New York, in Illinois, and in California. And the bill states, and I'm quoting from the legislation, all schools serving students in any grade from grade 6 through grade 12 shall provide disposable menstrual products in all restrooms of such school buildings for people who menstruate. Such products shall be provided at no charge to students. Such products shall be available in a convenient manner that does not stigmatize any persons seeking such products. So, given the groundswell of support worldwide for attention to this issue, I read today, I think, about something happening in Australia, if I'm not mistaken. I believe that this legislation is likely to get even more support than it already has, and it already has 70 co-sponsors in the House and Senate, and it's probably going to pass at some point in this or the next legislative session. It should come as no surprise to anybody on this committee that this appears to be an unfunded mandate as it is currently written. There are as yet no regulatory guidelines or recommended policy language for its implementation. My point in raising this with you is twofold. The first is to say that regardless of what the town does with the warrant article, this mandate is probably coming to the public schools. And second, that Brookline has a chance to get ahead of this mandate and to inform the progress and final version of the legislation with the experience of implementing something like this. No other Massachusetts public school district has taken this step, and so Brookline's input should have significant weight. Having chaired this committee and its government relations subcommittee, I am particularly sensitive to the issue of unfunded mandates on schools. In this moment, when we are talking about the foundation budget, about public school funding for economically strapped communities, it's an opportune time to point out how mandates like this one can add up and to insist that such legislation come with state financial help. At a minimum, a long phase-in timeline that allows initial costs to be defrayed across multiple budget cycles should be a part of any legislation like this. That's what we did in the warrant article, as you'll see from the way it's written. And I believe it's important that the legislature consider this as well. Brookline can be making that case. I appreciate you indulging me ahead of the public hearing. I look forward to working with you. I hope to work with you to make sure that we implement this change well and thoughtfully in Brookline and in the Commonwealth. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Ms. Stone. Our next agenda item is the presentation and discussion of proposed remediation of problem resolution system findings. Casey Ngo-Miller.
Good evening, everyone. So I will provide for you tonight an update of the problem resolution system complaint that we received several months ago regarding substandard space in our K-8 schools. Before we start, though, I'd like to provide you with an overview of what that process looks like when a complaint goes into the DESE's PRS department. Once the department receives a complaint, the department will send the district what's called a request for local report. And essentially what that is they will list the regulations that they believe, based on the allegations, that may not have been followed. Following that, the request for local report will always ask for a district's narrative, which is our opportunity to explain our practices and identify any areas that we believe are non-compliant and any corrective action steps that we've already taken. And then, of course, there's always requests for documentation. The district's report is called the local report, or the district's response, rather, is then submitted. That's step 2 with the narrative that's requested along with requested documentation. And then, as I listed before, it can include any corrective actions that we have already taken. Following the review of the local report, DESE will then issue a letter of finding that essentially concludes, based on information provided by the district, what areas were compliant and what areas were found non-compliant. Where we are now with this particular PRS, case number 2325, is we have received this letter of finding, and there is a request for corrective action steps, which I will go through in subsequent slides. There may be, so we will submit what we will do to correct the areas that have been found to be non-compliant. If these are acceptable to the department, they will issue what's a closure letter, which then officially closes out the case. There may be some back and forth depending on how complex the issues are. The due date for this particular PRS is the end of the month. So I do envision that given, and you'll find that the corrective action steps could involve some renovations to our buildings that we won't see a closure letter anytime soon. Any questions about the process generally? Okay. So I just want to share with you overall, I know that the superintendent had shared with the committee the entire letter of finding, but just wanted to give the highlights here. There were two concerns, major concerns listed in the letter of finding. The first one is equitable instructional space, and we were found to be non-compliant because we do provide services for students with disabilities in hallways in 2 of our buildings. And what DESE has said to us is that while, yes, you are providing the services that are listed on a student's IEP, these students are not receiving the same priority as students in general education with regard to access and use of appropriate instructional space. And then additionally, there is the concern about the separation and stigmatization of students being educated in a hallway. And of course, there are confidentiality concerns there too. The second concern based on the complaint was that our RISE program at Runkle is not providing access to the general education curriculum and participation in the life of the school. Sorry for that typo there. Here, based on extensive documentation sent to the department from my office, including an on-site visit in February and a quite lengthy interview with myself and Donna Finnegan, who is the vice principal and also former special educator at Runkle, they did find that the RISE program was compliant with regard to inclusionary practices, and in particular, they said that the RISE program does provide inclusion opportunities throughout the school day, and that the students are not in a substantially separate program where they do not leave the classroom, and they do have access to the life of the school. And in fact, a significant portion of their days are spent in the inclusion environment, and a lot of this was credited to the 1-to-1 ratio that we have for students leaving the RISE classrooms and into, so that they're well supported in the general education classrooms, which is important to note. What I will share with you next are the major corrective action steps required, demanded by DESE that the district must respond to. So they need us to immediately relocate special education students who are currently receiving services in hallways. The 2 schools where they have, and we have identified, are at Driscoll and at Lincoln. We then have to provide the list of schools where the students are receiving instruction in hallways, and then more importantly, what we're going to do about it. At Pierce, they did find that the Pierce Nurses Clinic does not have proper access into the bathroom there. It's not ADA compliant. For those of you who have been in the bathroom, the frame is just too narrow for access in for a student or any individual with a wheelchair or even mobility issues. So I'll present to the committee tonight also some corrective action steps that we can take that I would recommend that you strongly consider. So I'll start by site at Driscoll. I should mention actually before I begin is what you'll notice in Driscoll, Lincoln, and at Pierce is that the options are not plentiful. There are very few spaces where we can move these small groups without a domino effect. So I want to just stress that it's not ideal at all, which I'm sure you all are aware of. So currently there are 7 special educators at Driscoll who are utilizing hallway space in order to provide special education services. And the reason that is because of the classrooms that they have been assigned to are too small. And so there's overflow. And they're sharing, or I should say, or we have 2 special educators sharing 1 room. And so you may have 2 small groups, one has to go in the hallway and one stays in the room. And again, this is just due to lack of space and size of space. So I did get a chance to speak with the special education director, Emily Frank, who oversees Driscoll, along with Principal Susie Talukdar, for some possible solutions. And again, I just want to stress these are not ideal solutions, and we want to avoid encroaching upon space that others have been using, but we are left to these options currently, is we could repurpose the Metco office, which I want to add that it is currently already being shared to store some equipment too. That's an option. We could utilize the BEEP classroom that is there when the BEEP students leave after 12 o'clock, 12:15 or so. Because the hallways are so wide at Driscoll, it's easy to pull a table and some chairs for overflow or for a quieter learning space. But one of the options is to actually build a room within the hallway for additional learning space. We could utilize extended day space. Again, not ideal, and I want to make sure, because I told her I would, that Dr. Tulukdar did stress that she wants to continue to support Metco, BEEP, and extended day at Driscoll. So she recognizes that she finds value in these programs being in the building, but then also recognizes that tug for space necessary for students with disabilities. And then we can continue to expand learning centers into the hallway. Any questions on Driscoll before I move to Lincoln? Yes.
I'm just a little confused. Isn't the problem that they're in the hallway?
So we would have to build walls to turn it into an actual room. So it would be an extension of the learning center.
I see.
Have you determined how many breakout spaces you need to fix the problem at Driscoll?
So that's
How
a
many
good
additional
question.
that don't exist today? However you do them, because will one do it, 2, 3?
Yeah, so I don't have the exact numbers because they're not all happening at the same time, so they could be shared. So we wouldn't need, I don't want to speak for Driscoll, but my guess is we wouldn't need 7 spaces for these 7 teachers.
And I guess if I could, just one other question. I probably should have sent it to you ahead of time. I didn't think about that. Our contract allows for some teachers to begin later and end later, where they could possibly do the special, I mean, this has been my pet peeve for a long time, to do special education after school, so the kids can participate in their classes and get the extra help that they need after school, or before, either way, and might help to solve some of the problem.
I could look into that. I'm not familiar with the contract piece, but I do wonder if DESE would say that that is not equitable, because then you're having students with disabilities come in outside of the school day when gen ed students don't have to. I know that's been...
But we're also allowing them then to participate fully in their general education, if these are 0.1 or 0.2 kids,
Sure.
to participate fully in their classes and get the extra help that they need. I don't know.
I think it's a reasonable question to ask. I am quite confident that the department would not sanction it as a resolution because it would continue the disparate treatment. The point of the department's finding is that we are not providing equitable access to spaces, and I think that it would be a fair sort of line that to require students, first of all, it would have to be agreed to as a part of an IEP
Right,
meeting,
that I realize.
and to require that longer day as a part of solution to space. I just don't think it would. I personally don't think it would fly as a resolution.
So I think that between you and Principal Tulukdar and the special education director who supervises Driscoll, you need to perfect a space program for this change. In other words, 3 spaces, 4 spaces, 5 spaces. Do they all need to be the same minimum size? Or could you have a couple of small ones and a couple of medium ones? Like you should be able to program the need quite specifically. There also may be requirements that they be distributed through the school. Can they all, they not be really remote because it would take too long for kids to get there? What you need and where you need it, and what the, as a minimum,
Sure.
and maybe even a range. Because I don't think that you can choose between some of these rather difficult options until you know what compliance looks like in terms of magicking up new spaces, because we know what we're about here. This is the fact that we put 1,599 more kids into the same buildings, right? It's that we've used up all the space. There is no more space, and so it's very difficult before you even get to the price tag for this, and especially if it's going to happen this summer, So then the other question I have, which you don't have to answer now, is sort of what's the run of show? Is Matt in charge of delivering this? Matt and Charlie, exactly how's it going to get to happen? Yeah, go ahead.
I would say that to the first point, that's the exact work that Ms. Nomiller is doing. This presentation is designed so the committee understands the challenge, which is very clear. This isn't the solution.
Right.
This is the challenge of these are the only options. Whatever the configuration is or the solution is for Driscoll, the solution comes at some configuration of these 5 options.
All right.
The second for the run of show we'll speak to when we get to Pierce.
Yes.
I'm having a little trouble visualizing the solutions of sectioning a room out of the 3rd floor hallway and expand the current learning center into the hallway. I'm having trouble just imagining what that room would look like. There wouldn't be windows. And it would also cut into the hallway, which could get into a fire compliancy.
Sure, and we would look into
Yeah.
all of those. That was something that one of the special ed teachers had suggested because he works in conjunction with his paraprofessional back and forth, and thought if we could build some walls and, maybe, again, we would be looking into this with Charlie Simmons.
I mean,
And
possible walls divided a larger, because you said you have, in some classrooms, you have 2 groups going. It seems to me that would be a better solution at some
So
point.
let's let them come back with a
Okay.
plan. Yeah.
Yeah. 'Cause
Yeah, I'm happy to come back
struggling
once
a
we
little.
have final plans. There's a lot of
Okay.
question marks still, but we certainly have already some ideas in terms of where to put things and what to create.
All right. Pierce.
Mr.
Oh,
Glover?
yeah, Mr. Glover.
Very briefly, and it certainly shouldn't drive any decision necessarily, but the fact that we're tearing down the building in a few years should be taken into consideration in terms of what it is that we're doing.
Thank you. So Lincoln, currently there is one small group that meets on the 3rd floor in a hallway for special education services, and this is where you can see really the domino effect after speaking with Principal Denizio today. So what we could do is take so the first 2 bullets here list taking essentially specialist and service provider office spaces and turning them into learning spaces. Then you have to think about where they keep their equipment. So AAC is assistive technology, it's alternative and augmentative communication, ECS offices, so it's thinking about where they put their equipment, and at least for the AAC specialist, her confidential files could be relocated to the ETF's office potentially. So there are options there, but again, you would have staff without office space. But the one thing that Principal Denizio and I discussed is potentially taking the computer lab, which is currently used to deliver social studies in an extended day in the afternoon, and turn that into 2 learning centers. What that would mean then is the multi-purpose room, which the physical therapist and adaptive phys ed teachers are currently using to serve as students, would have to move. So the multi-purpose room would then be a middle school social studies classroom. Physical therapy could be delivered in the auditorium and in one of the 2 new learning centers. Again, not ideal, but that is an option that the principal suggested. There's also a bathroom next to the ETF's office, which we could look to repurposing into a learning center space.
So we
I
really,
know.
we really don't want to do that. Two questions. My first question is, or clarification, which perhaps the former Lincoln School principal might answer, is that when you say that the first thing current special educator uses is 3rd floor hallway for small group instruction. That's what we're trying to fix. We're not going to educate kids just sitting out in the hallway. But didn't we already bubble out some spaces for this specific purpose in the hallways? We've already done what we were discussing at Driscoll of building pods in the hallways, making the hallways difficult, right?
Yes, and
You
they're
already have
all,
those,
yes, and
they're
they're
not
all
enough, and there's
fully
ex-
utilized.
And so then there's even more, or there's no room to build more pods, even though we don't like them. Right. So here's my second sort of thought, and it comes from some reading I did 4 months ago, in which I pulled out the town's recently completed strategic asset plan. And when Newbury came up, I went to the strategic asset plan and read it cover to cover to see what it said about Newbury, or the large parcel study, or whatever, these documents that were just done. And what was interesting about the study that looked at what to do with in terms of the town's strategic assets is that I came away from it reading two high-level recommendations or takeaways, and they were at opposite ends of the spectrum. One of them was that the town is shy by 12 athletic fields, which would just like knock me flat, that we need 6 rectangular fields and 6 baseball fields in order to have what our capacity we need. And obviously we don't have any place to put that. But then at the very other end of the spectrum, like pages and pages of this report, we're talking about all of the space that we could mine in our facilities if we could just convert or otherwise get rid of all of the file cabinets and paper storage. It spent pages and pages and pages of talking about document storage and how there was space to be found. So I would suggest that in each of these buildings you look hard at all, corner to corner, top to bottom, any place stuff is being stored, and find out how often it is accessed. Because if it's frequently accessed by educators, then it probably needs to stay where it is. But if it's not frequently accessed, then let's rent a pod or a trailer and park it in back of the school. I mean, this is fast and furious, right? We can get an easily accessible, with a door and a lock, a metal storage trailer that's weatherproof, park it outside the school, and just vacate those boxes, and then we don't have to do some of these more extreme things. Anyway, look at storage.
Absolutely. Thank you for that. So the nurses' clinic at Pierce, I explained the issue that the bathroom is just too small and it's not ADA compliant. I did get a chance to review what the coordinator of nursing services, Tricia Laham, I did speak with Superintendent Bott and also Matt Gillis about this, and have reviewed what Charlie has put out too in terms of options. And there are different options out there, but they all are around renovating the space. Either we break into the current principal's office to create space, or utilize the conference room, but it all involves installing a bathroom with the right cabinetry and sink and shelf so that we can actually treat students, but also provide the partitions, the sort of tracking for curtains and other ways to block off for student privacy. And I know I have Matt here, luckily, tonight also to speak to some of that, because he has that institutional history too in terms of what the plans are, and Superintendent Bott can speak a little bit to the cost of this that has been predicted, and where the funding sources could come from.
Before I speak to the cost, could you just share with the committee, there were other findings at Pierce relative to Pierce Historic and learning in the hallways, so could you speak to that? Because I think that there's the solution, office space already exists, if I'm remembering correctly. So that's an easily solvable finding.
Can you remind me? I'm blanking.
So I believe that there was a note that there was learning taking place in the hallways of Pierce Historic, and that the special director, Ms. Frank, worked out with Principal Ryan Miller that there is existing office space in Pierce Historic, so that that can be. It was general education services, but for students who were struggling. So it was noted as not a special education finding. I think the important thing there is that there is a solution, so that I think the concern is that we also don't want intervention for students who are struggling. If it's a space that has been deemed an inadequate space for a student with disabilities, it's an inadequate space for any student. So there are some challenges with Pierce Historic, but we're able to move them around. I think that and I put Miss No Miller on the spot. I believe I had that conversation with Miss Ryan Miller, so I apologize.
No, it's fine. I was looking through the lens of
Yeah.
special ed because that's what
Yeah.
they had. But yes, there are intervention services that are being delivered in the hallways. So there's some space to be mined with regard to instructional groupings that are happening in the hallways.
I think, as Ms. No Miller said, with respect to the bathroom, Mr. Simmons' preferred solution is a $500,000 to $750,000 solution. That said, given Mr. Glover's, and it's worth noting that the plumbing moves in Pierce and that part of the building are incredibly hard because of the concrete, the poured concrete flooring. Mr. Simmons has a $150,000 solution that requires repurposing a conference room and 2 bathrooms into one. He believes that it is a good solution. He can fund $54,000 of that beginning July 1 with ADA money the town will receive. And will work with us to figure out the other $100,000. It's important to note that some of that will likely come from mini CIP items that he had planned, and so it would defer work in other places, in other schools, in order to meet the ADA compliance. But the fact is, we have to, even though Pierce will likely be massively renovated, we have to solve this one. We don't have a choice. So Mr. Simmons does believe he can do it this summer, and he believes he can do it for approximately $150,000.
So is there any pushback on the department? They know that we're partnering with MSBA. They know we plan on a renovation that would trigger ADA. To the best of my knowledge, I assume there's no child at Pierce who's in a wheelchair presently. I mean, yes, there could be tomorrow, but we also have buffer zones that we could use. Is there any way of working with the department on this one? I mean, I hate to throw out I know you do too, to throw out $150,000 on a building that we're going to take down.
I believe with the nurses,
or renovate totally so that it would be.
I believe with respect to the nurse's office, we don't have flexibility. I think that the department has given us a lot of flexibility with the rest of the building. B Wing has 0 accessibility.
Oh, yeah.
The bathrooms in A Wing are completely inaccessible. The railings don't meet current code, and we've had to modify based on accessibility requirements. So I think that the department's giving us a lot of leeway with many parts of the building. I think with respect to the nurse's office, we just simply, because of the sheer small size of the bathroom, it's
I've seen it. I know.
It's a tight squeeze for a 3rd grader. And so, it's hard for our nurses to even support a student in the bathroom. So I don't believe that we have, especially given the sort of the time, if the building were coming down in a year, or renovation was starting in a year, I think that there might be some flexibility, but I believe given the timeline of several years, we don't.
Right.
Certainly can ask to confirm that.
I think it doesn't hurt to ask the question.
So I did file an additional report to the department explaining that we have a number of building projects happening. They did ask me to include completion dates. So while they recognized and applauded us for our efforts in terms of expanding our schools, I think at the end of the day they said it's great, but it won't happen anytime soon. What are you doing now for those students who are learning in the hallways?
Yeah, no, that part I get more because those are, well, Driscoll is also one we're renovating, but I just would try and push back a little bit more.
Certainly do that.
Because I mean, they should understand that too, that it's hard to to spend that kind of money on something that, where we really need that money for other things.
Well, I would say if the principal, the health director, special ed director, the nurse at Pierce all say this is not, we don't need this now. I mean, I wouldn't go to the district to DESE to the department for relief if the people that deliver the nursing services and the special services feel that this should be done. I don't think we need.
I would say that I would say that there is complete consensus from everyone you just listed that it in fact is a necessary modification.
So anyway, as one school committee member, I respect your opinion. As one school committee member, that's what I need to hear, and then I would say, yeah, let's make it happen.
Thank you.
So the plan is to come back to the committee as Ms. Miller finalizes plans before the end of the month. So I believe it's the 25th is the next school committee meeting with concrete plans. And I will say that there were other questions that were raised, and I want to thank Ms. Miller, Ms. Frank, Ms. Mall, and our principals for working through the questions. There were questions raised at Baker. And as challenging as spaces is at Baker, those have been able to be resolved, and questions at Heath. The Heath solutions are tenuous on our continued ability to be able to use the inaccessible classrooms above the gym that used to be locker rooms, and the office spaces up there. For now, we can use those, but that potentially is a challenge at some point in the future. But I just want to thank Ms. Miller and the team for resolving the questions at multiple schools, and the ones that you heard tonight, Lincoln, Pierce, and Driscoll, are the most complex and will require the sort of the greatest movement, sharing of spaces. As you said, I think one of the sort of more creative ways, if the schedules support it, are utilizing the early childhood classroom after dismissal for services. I think that accomplishes Mr. Glover's sort of concern of let's not spend too much money when the building will be torn down in 3 years, but let's resolve it. So I just want to, I've said it 3 times, but thank you, Casey, for taking on a really challenging and complex task to figure out solutions.
Yes, thank you. Next on our agenda is food service presentations from Superintendent and Mr. Gillis.
So I am leaning in with Mr. Gillis, and we're going to jointly present this food service update to the school committee. Both an update on pricing, a request to consider price increases for premium meals and for summer food service, and then an RFP process update. So I want to just take us back. This is not the goal that has been the goal of the food service program that has been listed in various presentations. There have been a lot of versions of the goal that really come down to this. We aim as a public school system to provide nutritious, healthy food that kids want to eat, right? Kid-friendly food via our food service program, and that have that food service program engage in sustainable practices. And by sustainable practices, I mean environmentally sustainable practices. What are environmental best practices? Mr. Lummis pointed out to me fairly a few minutes before the meeting, we never mention economically sustainable. And that's a position that we have not been in relative to our food service program. So I think it's an important consideration, but I want to again highlight the goal is that healthy, nutritious food that kids want to eat that is environmentally responsible. It's a program in all aspects that is responsible it meets our responsibility for stewardship of our planet. All of that must be accomplished at $3.25 a meal for K to 8 and $3.50 a meal for 9 through 12. I was going to ask for volunteers to guess how much of that $3.25 or $3.50 goes towards the actual purchase of food. I won't ask you to say that, but I will ask you to think about how much of that $3.25. I'm going to focus on the K-8 number, so how much of that $3.25 is spent on food. And I would ask anyone watching and everyone in the audience, and for those of us who know, to not share it yet. So here's the answer. We run a complex operation of 11 restaurants at this price of $3.25 a meal. Our current production costs are $3.75, and at that $3.75, $1.10 is for food. And I think that is really, it's a shocking number. If you think about feeding 2 people on $2.20 or a family of 6 on $6.60, it's impossible. I mean, this is an impossibility. And when you think back to the goals of the program, we have to figure out how to deliver nutritious, healthy food that kids want to eat with $1.10 for food purchase. The remainder of this, 15 cents per meal, goes to paper products and flatware. At the elementary schools, that does not include the compostable flatware. That's more expensive. That's actually built into the high school price. So just note that as we get the compostable flatware in our elementary schools, that amount will go up. $2.05 for labor costs. 28 cents per meal for miscellaneous, and this is insurance, it's licenses, it's permits, it's uniforms, all of that bucket. And then 17 cents currently for the management and administrative fees. So this is currently the Whitson's management fee per meal. And in a future food service program, the assumption would be that cost goes to either the back of the house services that we would need to provide internally, a different management company, or potentially, depending on costs, food. But remember, there's a lot that Whitson's currently, in terms of the back of the house, does on behalf of and for the program that 17 cents per meal covers. Another way to look at this is our cost per meal in FY18 was $3.97 a meal. Our revenue overall, this is combined, so on the last slide I was talking K-8 numbers. This is combined K-12, so $3.97 a meal, and our revenue was $3.58, so we lost 39 cents per meal last year. This year our cost per meal is $3.75 and our revenue is $3.61, so we're continuing to lose 14 cents per meal. So, I mean, ultimately, the question for the committee is that even under our current operating principles, right, even under this operating principle, we are losing money with every meal. And so our lunch prices would require an additional 14 cents per meal in order to break even. The production costs are greater than our meal than our meal prices. Like overall, the cost of producing the meal just is more. Mr. Gillis can speak to the details and is glad to speak to happy to speak to the details about what has happened with inflation and CPI since 2014, which was the last time the prices were increased. And then, of course, a big concern to the school committee is the current operating budget subsidy, which redirects funds from classroom and school-based resources and positions into food service. We are not coming to you tonight. Mr. Gillis and I are not requesting that you consider a lunch price increase tonight. What is important is doing this in the right order, and that order is to define the vision of the program. What is the vision of the program in terms of the food that is served, the composting, the sourcing, the sustainability of production, all of the materials, and then figuring out what that's going to cost us. I think to continue to try and cram a vision for a program into what we know, a 325 that doesn't work, well, we could say we could come to you tonight and say we recommend that prices be raised to 350. And there are comparable districts that have a price of 350, but that doesn't answer what does that get us in terms of the quality of the program. So what we're proposing to you is that we're not asking for a price increase tonight, but rather proposing that what we do is decide what the priorities are, and then from those priorities set the price, because some of these priorities will have some significant cost implications. Do you want to speak to the CPI?
If folks are interested, it's just the consumer price index for the Boston, Nashua, Brockton region, and I just compared the consumer price from September 2014, when we last implemented a price change of 25 cents, to if we implemented a price change for the latest data is as of January. The March data hasn't come out yet, and it would be 25 cents would be a 7.7% increase, and CPI was already 9%. Usually, when you set a price, you want to set it above what your CPI had gone up with, so you could match it. But the 50-cent increase that was discussed last June wasn't too well received. So, how we bridge the gap with revenue increase changes in what we sell and how we prepare and how we sell it, and to try to get the program to be, as Ben says, economically self-sustainable. I think we've referred to it over and over as break even. So at the core, we're not taking money from the school general fund operating budget at some point to cover what the food service program is unable to do on its own. We're working diligently to try to find a way, in consultation with the students and the staff and parents, about how we improve the program. I'll turn it back over to Andrew.
So the request for tonight is for the committee is to consider two price increases. The first is to approve a price range for premium meals. So one example being sushi for the high school for a range of $4.50 to $10. This would actually allow for other premium meals that high school students have identified wanting. So it's not just sushi. It would allow those to come onto the menu now and be priced in a way that the program could afford it. It's really important, and it's so important I put it in writing, for students who qualify for free and reduced lunch. No matter the meal choice, whether it's a premium meal or the standard meal, students get that meal at either the free or reduced rate that they qualify for. So to be very specific, a student who qualifies for free lunch and would want to buy the $9 sushi option can do so, and it's a cost that we absorb. We do not get the full reimbursement, but that's built into the pricing so that we can absorb those costs in this range. And the range would depend on the cost of that particular meal. The second request is our summer lunch pricing. Our summer lunch pricing. This past summer, the lunches were $3.25, and that program over 2 months lost approximately $60,000. And that's included in the deficit that we are working to manage this year at food service. So the request for the summer programming is to increase from $3.25 to $4. I want to go through the information on the RFP, and then we can come back to this. Mr. Gillis is far better positioned to answer the detailed questions on these two requests than I am at this moment. Now, relative to the process for RFPs, RFPs were due at 2 o'clock today. and not one food service company opted to pursue a contract with the town of Brookline. So there are no companies, there were multiple companies that expressed interest, and as they reviewed the RFP and other aspects of that proposal, not one of them opted to pursue a contract with the town. We will begin the process of interviewing for an in-house director. We did receive approximately 70 resumes, but I would caution the committee and anyone watching to not be particularly excited at this point, because the vast majority of those resumes, people do not have the experience necessary to lead an operation that is this complex. They don't have experience in many of the areas, whether it is the equivalent, running an operation equivalent of 11 restaurants, whether it is taking an operation that is losing a lot of money and bringing it to fiscal stability, or whether it's serving children. We have a lot of applicants from healthcare and hospital programs, but the healthcare and hospital programs have very, very different and in many cases even more stringent dietary restrictions, and certainly a transition from that program, that type of programming, to a school programming, people can be successful, but I believe that given the complexity of our operation, our goal should be to find someone who has school experience. Now, it's important to note that a management company would bring somebody, and actually not just one person, a team of people with expertise in compliance, remembering that we've gone from having 23 out-of-compliance findings with the department to nearly none. I don't remember the number offhand. Experience in both K-8 and 9-12 food service. It's different. K-8 and 9-12 is different. Folks with staff training and supervision, menu development, website design, purchasing, chef support, chefs on site, food sourcing, and operations management. So an internal operation needs to ensure that staff can support all of the above, and there's no one person who holds these skills. So our solution is not hiring one manager or one director for food service. It will be, I just want to be clear that to bring food service back to an internal and be successful with it, because food service was not running sustainably when it was internal. There were a lot of DESI compliance findings. There were various levels of satisfaction with taste, depending on what was ordered. We need multiple people. So it will. I just again want to be clear. I know that everyone in this room understands it. For everyone watching either live or on a future tape of this meeting, we will not find one person. One person with all of that expertise above is a unicorn, and we both have the capacity and really, I think the mandate to ensure that we hire the right combination of staff as we bring the operation back internal. So I'll answer questions. Actually, before I answer questions about the RFP, we have a member of the Food Service Advisory Committee who Matt and I would like to invite up.
Yes, this is Sue Levy. She's a parent at Pierce. She's also a registered dietitian.
I'm a nutritionist, yeah.
Nutritionist, and this is what she helps people eat healthy for a living. And she's been taking an active role with us the last few months, and we're happy to have her on the Food Service Advisory Committee, and she's here to share a few thoughts with you.
Hi, everybody. So as Matt said, I'm passionate about helping people activate healthy eating and turn it into something they do like they walk and they breathe. And so it's funny when I think about the vision for Pierce and our food program, right? I mean, if you think about it, we teach our kids how to read. We teach them how to do math, how to drive cars, right? But what we're not really doing is teaching our kids how to eat. And that's happens in the form of a curriculum that I believe we honestly need, and we need to teach the parents too. But I think it also happens from the standpoint of when you go into that cafeteria, what kind of food do you see? What makes its way onto your tray, right? Are you learning that a meal should have vegetables in it? It should have fruits in it. It should have a good mix of proteins and other nutrient-rich foods. And I think that that's the piece where there's the real opportunity, but we have to really decide as a community what is our vision for it, and are we delivering on it? And I have to say, so I have 3 kids. My oldest is 9, and then my youngest 2 are not at Pierce yet. Okay, and I kind of probably, like most parents, just assumed we were delivering on a vision, right? And I thought, okay, great. Well, I have to tell you, I joined this committee. They asked me to join, and I listened to what was going on with Whitson's and what the parents were complaining about, kids were complaining about. And I said, okay, to me it seems like this is a Whitson's problem. Like, Whitson's needs to go, right? That's kind of what it seemed like, because I was like, all of a sudden, but the more I dug into the facts and the information and understood things, the kind of more complicated this as a problem really became. And so I went with Tricia, the head nurse, to all schools to look at the food, right? And I have to tell you, I was really saddened by what I saw. In particular, when I went to the high school, to me, the cafeteria felt like a ski lodge from the standpoint of the foods that we were serving. And I think this has to do with the menu choices, and I think it also has to do with how the stuff is presented and what it looks like and all of those aspects. But what became really clear to me is we're talking one vision, but we're executing on a different one. And I think that as a group, we have to say, what does it really cost to deliver on the vision that we want? And can we do that? Or do we need to make some choices and say, we can't spend 5 times the amount on sustainable silverware if we want the food quality and the price that we have? Because if you look at that figure, $1.10, who can do that for a lunch and ask for high quality and food locally sourced that's beautiful? Like, you can't get to that with some of the limitations that exist around this program. So where I stand now as a humble person of one is, I think we have to really do some soul searching and say, what do we want our program to be? And then I think we have to figure out, how do we get it there, but what does it cost, and what are some things that might need to change within our current structure and system to make it happen? That's my perspective.
So I'm happy to answer questions about the first and third part of the presentation. If we want to do that first, and then I'll turn over the questions to Mr. Gillis exclusively relative to the 2 requests of the school committee for immediate price changes. And those are actually requests for immediately. We would like to start serving premium meals again at the high school as soon as possible, and we want to prepare for the summer program with the higher rate. So. First part or third part, and I imagine there are a lot of questions relative to the to this third part.
Ms. Federspiel.
I have a bunch. I don't even know if they're first or second or third parts. I just have some questions. If we were to raise the lunch price from $3.25 to $3.75, I know we're not doing that tonight, but if that were to happen, would most of that 50 cents go to the food?
I think it would depend on the choices. It could go to the food. It could go to some of the other costs. If we, for example, if we ultimately, as a school department, had to take on the cost of composting, some of that raise would go to composting. You've heard me say it multiple times. I believe that is a great partnership with DPW. And so we are continuing to work with DPW for that. Some of the cost for containers, the compostable containers may cost more. There may be cost savings. Mr. Gillis I think it was about 4 weeks ago, presented that we're no longer wrapping individually each piece of fruit, and that saved a surprising amount of money. It saved $4,000 or $5,000, and so it conceivably could go to food purchase. We would just need to make sure that that was the priority for that funding, and not some other mandate or sort of change of course mid-year.
I mean, I think we've heard loud and clear from many families in the community that they are concerned about the quality, the existing quality of the food, that we have a vision of a higher quality food, and so I would hope some of that money would find its way to the food. That seems to be one of our issues. I had a question about that 17 cents that goes to management administrative fee. Is that where the internal director's money would come from, or would that be in the, I guess it would be, right? No,
so the director's salary would be in the salary line item in the $2.04. It would be included in that. The 17 cents, so there are things that are covered by the management fee. That is the management fee. So the creation of the website, the menus, the updating of the website, that technical support, that is a portion, a few cents of that comes from that. Whitson's owns the delivery truck, and so we don't own a delivery truck. So we would have to either lease or purchase a delivery truck, and that would be a part of that 17 cents. We of course would do that, over a multiple-year lease. There's the warrant article discussion later tonight. It could be more expensive if we're electric, but it's those types of costs that come out of it. It's not the actual salary cost for the director. That is in the 204. The other category is where we would hope to, where we currently hold. This is where some of the cuts were made this year to balance the deficit. That's where the money to pay for a chef would be. Whether it's a part-time chef that we hire or partner with in the school system. The committee has received multiple emails about a fascinating news story that came out on Sunday about New London public schools that have partnered with a nonprofit organization started by a former chef of Noma in Copenhagen, and there's a fee for that. That's a partnership, so there are other organizations that similar or directly with a chef that would be part of that other. So it's a combination, but the 17 cents couldn't all go to food. Maybe a portion of that could, but not all of it.
So I'm once more a bit confused. I see here at $3.75 a meal, we still would have a 14 cents loss per meal. Is that correct, or am I reading it wrong?
That's current.
Yeah, but
blended cost or something, right?
Oh,
that's our current. So again, this slide is blended cost. So
okay.
I made the this was my decision. I presented these prices off of the K-8 meal. Which is what we charge is $3.25, and the cost to produce is $3.75. And this shows what for that blended. This slide is blended over the fiscal years, and so our cost per meal is $3.75. Our revenue is $3.61. That's a combined revenue between the K-8s, the high school, and the limited a la carte that we've started serving. So that combined revenue is getting us closer to a break even on a per meal basis. So I apologize for the
it's okay.
Sort of the two different ways of seeing
the cost. The $3.75 includes an a la carte allocation.
That's the revenue, not the cost per meal. The revenue includes all revenues. So the cost per meal is the production cost for what we serve in the lunch line.
Nice.
So the average cost per meal, is across K-12 for the whole year. So it's reflecting both, but the lunch prices are slightly different. You get $3.25 and $3.50. So to the question, if we raised it 50 cents, would we be able to make it? Well, in theory, we would. Mathematically, we should get there, but there'll be changes, next year if we're doing it in-house. Some of our food costs could go up, voluntarily and involuntarily. We will want to make some changes and other things. We might not be able to get the same price that Whitson's was able to procure through us through a larger volume contract. So mathematically we should be able to get there, but then when you raise the price 50 cents, some people say that was a little more than I was willing to pay. There's always sort of a price break in the delicate challenge that you have as school committee members of what's the right fee to set that's acceptable and helps balance the program.
And why did the meal cost go down this year from last year?
So that was some of the cuts that were made this year, like discontinuing the chef was the primary one. That was the biggest piece of it.
I had one other question, or something that I noticed. In raising the lunch for the summer, I've spoken with this about with Mr. Gillis about the peanut butter and jelly sandwich and the bagel. Those are, if you were to pay, I don't think I, as a parent, would pay $4 for a peanut butter and jelly sandwich for a lunch. It would send it from home. So and we're running the biggest deficit in the summer. I don't know if there's a way of charging. It may not be possible, but if there's a way of charging less for peanut butter and jelly and bagels and more for the other things, intuitively, it just seems to me we'll just lose more people once we raise it. And
it's one of the options on the summer menu, so kids would have choices, whether it be
I
turkey
get
and
that,
cheese.
but there are some kids who only eat peanut butter and jelly every day.
Yes, there are some kids. I was one of those kids for a little while that liked
My
the
kids
peanut
were
butter
there.
and jelly sandwich. But it's a reimbursable meal, so there are also vegetables and a fruit with it, and a milk. Same way that would be with the turkey sandwich, or the bagel, yogurt, and fruit and vegetable lunch. So the bagel or the peanut butter and jelly may be the draw for the child, but it is a complete reimbursable meal that meets all the requirements. And so generally, other than the premium lunch, we don't differentiate lunch pricing. I'm not saying it's impossible, it just gets a little bit cumbersome.
I think while we're doing this, we need to look into seeing and figuring out what's causing the 2/3 deficit from the summer. Though I think we have to do it, and it's important to do it.
Do you have an explanation about the losses? I mean,
Well,
it's easy to speculate, but if you could tell us.
In general, we need a certain amount of staff to prepare the meals because most of them are being delivered out. Prior years, we were at the high school. This summer, we'll probably be at Coolidge Corner because that'll be our biggest building. We'll either be there or Runkle. Just haven't finalized that yet. Where we're going to have the most students in our summer programs will be in those two buildings. So we need the staff to prepare the meals, and they get their orders, and then instead of putting it all on a tray for everybody to come to get, they all sort of get bagged up and then put in like a cool bag to be delivered out to different places. So the prep time for a delivery out program is different and requires a little bit more. And we generally run a 3-person staff just in case something goes awry. It's not a 2-person that just slipped and fell to 1. So we don't really have the economy of scale in the program to make it work. Could we, trim the labor cost a little bit and whittle back hours? Yeah, probably a little bit, but it's not going to solve the problem on its own. It's just the economy of scale and the nature of the disbursement of the program that makes it difficult to self-fund with the pricing that we have.
Mr. Glover.
Just will admit my ignorance about summer lunch. So are we delivering summer lunches to every building for programs in every building? Or I guess I've never even thought about summer lunch. So can you explain just what programs receive it,
lunches
where?
will be made in one kitchen, and we have summer programs, some required, some optional, that are going on in multiple buildings. And so they'll be delivered off to the other schools. So this summer we'll have programs in Runkle, Coolidge Corner, and the Lincoln School. In Putterham, Beep will run a summer program there as well.
Which program? What kind of programs are we talking about? Just so that I'm
What kind of programs are we talking about? So
And I
we-
understand there are summer programs. I don't know if we're talking about delivering lunches to every summer program that runs in the schools, or
If their kids are going to be there and they're going to be there for the day or a good half the day, then we'll deliver a lunch if they order it.
So I think your question, Mr. Glover, is it for programs that are leasing our buildings, renting them? It's only the programs that are PSB programs, so ESY, the high school summer programming, young. The names just escape me, but
There are programs. BEEP runs a extended school year program. We have this program called Launch for the kids
Launch.
that are leaving the BEEP program and going into kindergarten to help them transition into kindergarten. There's Project Achieve, Project Discovery. There are a combination of remediation and enrichment programs that are offered that I'll call optional because they're not necessarily required. Not saying we shouldn't be doing them, but they're not required like the extended school year program for special education where we're contractually obligated to provide those services. We offer them, and then the special education department basically receives 2/3 to maybe 3/4 of yeses, and then we schedule those programs in for the summer each year.
this is a conversation. But never. I'll leave this. I have a lot of other questions on that. But, that's fine. And the current price of summer lunches is what?
It's $3.25.
It's $3.25.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, thank you. Okay. What's the? That's a fairly large range, $3.25 to $4.
It's not a range. We're asking to increase the price
Oh,
from $3.25
okay.
to $4 even.
This is what happens when I don't have dinner. I have a very. I may need some. Okay, that answers that question.
The above one is a range. So the
Thank you.
premium meal could be a range of $4.50 to $10,
Yeah.
depending on the premium meal.
Okay, thank you.
To start, there would be nothing at $10, but we understand that there are years in between when the school committee typically sets prices, so sushi could be in the $8 to $9 range, really trying to finalize pricing and get, I've got ingredients, but I don't have nutritional contents for portion size as well as protein, sodium, things of that nature that we're trying to get from some vendors so that we can go back to offering it and make sure we're in compliance with the state and federal program. We don't want to have to come back every year or every other year to ask you for another price, so to give us a range would do that. Most of the other meals would be between $4.50 and $5.50.
Is there a projected revenue increase for the premium meals? And how did you figure that out, if there is one?
Well, we didn't pinpoint a number, but when offering them, we would make sure that they would be able to produce a profit to help some of the other meals where we struggle. And since they would be generally popular and on a limited variety, there's some excitement that comes with it. Participation goes up when we're having them, and we will do our best to respond to requests to update the menus to put them back on, because we want the students to be happy and nourished, and if we can give them a healthy, nutritious meal that they're happy to have and excited about having, we expect the rest of the day is going to go well for them. We're happy to provide that. We just know that parents may not want the option of their child buying sushi 5 days a week at $8 or $9 a meal, because parents are pretty well aware that their kids can go through and if they have money on account, buy what they want. It's a conversation parents have with their kids about financial responsibility and financial education, so we're not going to offer it all the time, but in response to the students, which have been fairly consistent in conversations I've had with them, they want some more premium meal options to happen.
Thank you.
In the monopoly.
I'm not sure the scale of the programs. Is it possible at all to consolidate the number of schools that we're delivering to?
So the challenge is the spaces. Where do we have climate control, and this summer, a particular challenge of the entirety of the high school building at 115 Greeno being offline. And so conceivably you could consolidate programming, say, into Coolidge and Runkle, but because we have to move the everything that typically takes place in the Greeno building, we're again dispersed across a number of buildings. So eventually, yes, given given the shovels in the ground in June, we can't this year and won't be able to. Next year might even be more complicated as we work to support the rec department with Tabin in the field offline, the field probably offline summer a year from now. So.
My other question was, with an increase to $4 in the summer to offset the increase costs that we have in the summer, how close will that $4 get us to making up the gap that we have over those summer months?
It won't solve it in and of itself, but I didn't think going beyond $4. I still want the people that want to participate in the program to find the price reasonable and worth their time. We get a significant number of the kids in the summer program that are on free and reduced lunch, so it's not really going to impact them, but trying to take into consideration everybody else. Again, the 75-cent increase, for some people, they might just say it's not worth it, but I think we've all been there with certain days of the week where we don't really have time to make lunch, and we want the child to buy lunch, and we want them to know that they're going to have something worthwhile.
And I think relative to your question, Ms. Monopoly, it doesn't solve the problem, and Mr. Gillis and I realize that this is, even though it's limited to summer programming, is a big ask for the committee to consider. 75% is a big jump, and it just doesn't. And to reiterate what Mr. Gillis said, it just doesn't feel. It didn't feel right or proper to go any higher. So there still will be a deficit, but hopefully much smaller.
So I'm kind of stuck on this. So if we think a 50-cent jump is too high during the school year, why do we think a 75-cent jump is not too high in the summer, when it would appear that your summer lunches are what we call cold lunches and has less, it seems like a little less to offer. So I'm just confused on the reason.
Yeah, I mean, it's a fair question. It really is relative to the cost of producing the meals. It's just there's more staffing per lunch. Sort of I forget the term that Matt uses, meals hour. There's more staffing required, so it's just more expensive to produce. And like Mr. Gillis said, we don't believe that you can maybe reduce a little bit. We don't believe that's the right move either. So it's a different time of the year, and it has different costs associated with it. So I really appreciate your question, because it is an incredibly fair question, and it's that cost of producing the meals and the uniqueness of the summer program that's compounded by the complexity, as Ms. Monopoly's question pointed out, that we can't have consolidated summer programming because of there's not a space or two spaces large enough, in large part because of the large project that's starting.
I think I fully understand this discussion, but I don't think I'm on board yet, because a lot of the summer programming is for kids who need extra schooling to catch up, and we're sort of saying we're saying this is what our students need to get a Brookline education and graduate from 12th grade and be successful. And we serve lunch year round, and it's pretty much the same lunch. It's the cold lunch, but we're serving lunch, and so I just feel like our product should have a standard. That particularly in that this isn't, the kids don't necessarily want to be in summer school in the first place, but we all agree as a community that this is what's right for their education. I'm not sure that I'm comfortable with this differential pricing, even though I fully understand that it's driven by the cost of production. So I'm not sure I'm there yet. All right,
So
so,
I would just, Ms. Gittens, or Dr. Gittens stepped out. Dr. Gittens did remove the fee structure for many of these programs, not all of them, but built into the FY budget, the removal of the fee structure. So where Project Achieve and Project Discovery formerly had fees, albeit sliding scale, depending on ability to pay, those fees are gone.
yeah, that's a good thing. I like that. What else do we need to do on this topic? We were doing part one and part 3, and then part 2.
I think if there are any questions about the RFP process, I mean, relative to that, I think that Mr. Gillis and I Ms. Dunn had a family emergency, which is the only reason Ms. Dunn is not present tonight. And you see me up here talking about food services. We're not comfortable with the depth. There are some strong applications in there, but not the depth that we would want to see. So we're going to repost and work with Ms. Richardson, our Human Resources Director, to go out on additional sites. We did post it on Indeed. Indeed has proven to be sort of the new hub of applications. It's also really expensive to post jobs on Indeed. So we're going to continue doing that and doing some individual outreach to try and elicit more resumes over the next week or so that we can jump into the interviews, because the process needs to be quick. We have to take an operation that is currently run by a management company, and we need to get it up and running by July 1, and it's going to be bumpy. There's not a lot of the infrastructure that Whitson's has taken over. The good thing for us is that we're only 2 years out from having run it ourselves, but we do have to get that up and running. So we're going to keep working at all due diligence and due speed, but I do want to repost the position and have our Human Resources Director and Mr. Gillis and his team do direct outreach to see what additional resumes we can bring in for then the interview process to begin.
Questions on that?
Well, so I think also at the Food Advisory Committee today, we talked about perhaps, Matt, if you could ask the companies who decided not to submit a proposal why they decided that. So there were 4 companies that came, I believe, to inquired, but did not submit a proposal. And so it would be helpful, I think, to know why they decided not to, so that we have some sense of what that's about. And then after that, maybe decide whether we put RFPs out again. I mean, I don't know if it's possible, but we just need to know why no one wants to take this on.
So I would ask, to your question, Mr. Pollack, about tonight, it would be, if the committee is not ready yet to approve summer lunch price and increase, I would ask the committee to consider approving a new range for the premium meals, so that Mr. Gillis can get those.
I'm the only, I mean, there were a lot of questions, but I'm the only one who said I wasn't ready. And there's a whole committee here. Let's take up the premium meals question. Does anybody want to put a motion on the floor? All right. Thank you, Ms. Charlepsky. Further discussion on the premium meal range of $4.50 to $10 as proposed.
I do have a question. How do you determine what a particular entree or item is in this range?
So the cost of food would be going into the meals, would be factored into the uptick in the price. And then if there's additional labor time or additional labor that we would procure off-site to get the food brought in, partially prepared or almost fully prepared, that would be factored into the price to make sure that the cost of the premium meal is not detracting from the overall economic stability of the program.
And so who will set that? Will that be Whitson's, or will that be somebody in-house, or who determines that?
Whitson's
Matt?
usually brings it before me, and I haven't changed the prices because generally that's setting the fee. Everywhere I've worked has been a school committee responsibility, but this would be the first time there was a range. So we kept the old prices from before when I got here, and we've sort of outgrown them for some of the things. Whitson's, for example, has asked, that certain things be included as a premium meal, and I've said, no, we made the change, and we're living with it because it's not something special. It's become the norm, so we need to work with that. So the chicken patty, when they brought in changes to food, we got feedback that wasn't good. They went to a whole muscle chicken breast sandwich or whole muscle chicken breast that they could cut up and put into salads. I don't want to go back and say that's now a premium, even though they remind me that it costs like 50 cents more than the other item. There was certain cultural changes that were made whenever you bring in somebody new, and we went backwards and we fixed it right away, and I don't think that's a fair one to charge people for. If we're offering something new that costs more, or bringing something back like sushi that costs more and everybody understands that it costs more, then we'll factor that into the price. I'm not interested in overcharging
All right.
either.
Yes, Mr. Glover.
So is there a real reason to have a lower end of the range? Could you just say up to $10? And if you wanted to charge $4.25 for something, go for it.
That would work.
That would be fine.
It just seems artificial. I don't know if anybody
I'll
else.
take that as an amendment.
I guess I would offer that as a friendly amendment.
Sure.
Up to $10.
Okay, on the motion, all in favor, please indicate. That is unanimous. Okay, so what's the pleasure of the committee? Do we want to table? We're running 20 minutes late. Do we want to table the discussion of summer lunch price? Do we want to take it up further now?
I guess if we table it, it would be helpful for me to know what more information we're going to get before we feel ready to make a decision.
The last, I think the last piece of information is how much the price change would reduce the deficit. So we could produce that number for the committee. Matt could have it to you tomorrow, and then could take it up. I'm not sure I think the remainder of the question, I think, is just whether it is a price change that that you feel that you could support or not.
So we don't have a meeting until the 25th. Is there any
Right.
operational implication?
Actually, a little bit. Obviously, Andrew's not at every meeting I'm in, and vice versa, so it's a little awkward for me to correct the superintendent. But at Summer Partners, with all the programs that we have, we meet monthly, about 9-10 months a year to plan the summer programs. Folks are asking, because I've held off on sending out the summer menu, which normally would have gone out in March for this meeting, because we want to be able to tell the parents what the price of the meals are so they can make their plans. I had said that this was on the table for the school committee, and hopefully we'd get an answer. If it's tabled, then we can hold off on sending out that information.
So, I mean, I think we're clear understanding the cost is that much higher than producing the meal during the rest of the year. The question is that the policy we want is we bump it up and down in these different periods based on the cost of production versus we sort of have a standard price. And that's the way that's the question that I'm struggling with.
Is it the scale or the cost? Is it the fact that, not that it costs more to produce it, but there aren't as many people buying, so therefore the cost is higher?
The cost per meal to deliver a healthy lunch is higher per meal for the number of meals that we produce based on the nature of the program. It is. I mean, so I think there's a reason to be able to say, yeah, let's charge the cost. It's not like it's subsidizing any other part of our program. If everybody's ready to vote on that, let's move on.
I guess what I would like, but I don't know if it's important enough, is to have this breakdown for a summer meal. I mean, so if we're raising by 75 cents, is any of that going to the food? or is it all labor?
I can break that down. I can get you the answer on how much of that would go to the food. Can we improve the quality of the food with some of that price increase? Absolutely. Will it shrink then? How much savings we would have? Yes. One of the things that is liked about the summer program is the fruit is a little bit fresher, watermelon, things of that nature, that the kids that participate in the program, from what I've seen and the little feedback and interaction I've had with them, they're happy with that part of it. So what we could do to make it better with sort of the menu we have, I haven't done the research on that, but I can do that in fairly short order.
I mean, that would help me, but I don't know if it's important to the people, but.
Anybody else?
I think your message is taken, that raising the overall quality of the food that we provide should be reflected in the price. So the answer is yes, we will find a way to make it better.
And then I'm just kind of with you, David, on this notion of that for some time of the year we have one price, another time of the year we have another price, even though I understand the cost. I just think it's confusing to families. That says in the summer we have to pay $4. In the school year we're paying $3.25. Maybe it'll go to $3.75.
I mean, it sounds like it's the transportation cost, including transportation labor, is what marks it up, a big piece of it anyway. Anyone else? Mr. Glover, ready to vote? Ready to make a motion?
No, I'm not. I'm not exactly sure that I feel I have enough information to.
What information can you articulate?
I maybe propose to the committee, given that there are a number of public hearings, Mr. Gillis can come back with a cost breakdown and where we would need to identify the funds for the deficit that food service would run, like what other aspect of the programming we would need to reduce in order to ensure that the entirety of summer programming is in balance. Because I don't want to start, I know that the committee doesn't, I as superintendent don't want to start the fiscal year $60,000 in deficit. So we can bring that on the 25th, both what the breakdown would be of $4 and if the price were kept current, what the projected deficit, this was last year's deficit, we could project the deficit out for this summer, and I could give you several options of where the funds would come from to balance that deficit. And then perhaps, from what I'm hearing, you would have the information that you need to feel comfortable moving forward or not. Does that seem reasonable?
Yeah, that sounds good. Thank you. I mean, I just, if I could have the last word, at least in this discussion for the very moment, we have talked about this an enormous amount in the last 12 months, and we have, as has come up in very focused way tonight, we're dealing with values. And I think many school committee members have made a point that I just want to reiterate here, which is that it's not a priori that we balance the books on our food service program. I mean, we have never said that we're going into this with a determination to make costs and revenue identical. We have yet to make that determination because of our different values that are in play, including nutrition and food quality and our kids enjoying the food that they eat, and our food service workers and all the other participant, sort of parts and pieces of the equation. All right. So if for those of you who are here for the hearing, if I could just have you all, we've got an exciting and brief agenda item that is on our agenda before that, which is our student report. And just in case Mr. Simon has piles and piles of homework and he might need to get off to at some point, we'll let him have an option there and make his report, and then we'll move on to our public hearings. Mr. Simon.
So I'll try to be brief because I know we're running behind. Today was Brookline High School's annual Day of Dialogue, where students and staff take a day to discuss LGBTQ+ stories and histories. As a senior, since this is my last day of dialogue at Brookline High School, I just want to say that I'm really grateful to have had days like this integrated into my high school education, and days like Day of Dialogue, Day of Courage, and Day for Students Against Human Trafficking have been a crucial part of my experience at Brookline High School. I was also really happy to see a cohort of middle school students attending the assemblies, which is something I did not have the opportunity to do in middle school. In terms of student government, today Student Council met and debriefed our freshman advisory presentations, which we hope to continue next week. We will use the feedback we got from freshmen to draft bills and communicate with the student body. In other news too, another topic of conversation has been the meeting schedule for legislature next year. Since XBlock's meeting every other week, with the new schedule, we are pushing to have legislature meet outside of school on a weekly basis instead of a bi-weekly basis. And lastly, Judiciary has almost fully drafted a constitutional amendment which seeks to redirect their role towards facilitating restorative justice practices between staff and students.
Questions for Mr. Simon? All right. Oh, yes, here we go. Ms. Federspiel.
So with restorative justice between staff and students, do they also do it between students and students? Or?
I don't think that is part of their plan. I think that would more likely be facilitated by a teacher or dean, but I'm not entirely sure.
Mr. Simon's correct. The dean's teams facilitate that.
I was just interested in the bill wants to include the role of that position to facilitate the restorative justice. Is that it? Yes. Okay. Between teachers and students. I was sort of going on the same line as that. Who does that? Does that happen at all now, or this is looking to seek to add this?
I think it's seeking to add this because right now Judiciary is, well, a judicial body, but the power has been kind of put into question recently, and it tends not to be utilized very often, and when it is utilized, it's confusing for students and especially deans, I would say.
All right, so I would like to open our public hearings on various warrant articles for town meeting. And the way we're going to do this is we're going to take up the annual town meeting warrant articles one at a time, starting with Article 11, Brookline High School Project MBTA easement plan, and after that, we will take up Article 20 for the annual May annual town meeting, which is the pertaining to menstrual hygiene product access. Then Article 23, the resolution regarding electrification of the town's motorized fleet. Then we will have our hearing on the Article 26, resolution pertaining to the engagement of a race and equity review consultant. And then we will take up annual town meeting Article 10 and all of the articles for the April 9th town meeting related to Newbury College. And we'll have a hearing on those articles all together. So, and I will just open up the floor. I mean, I'll sort of name these and count them. We've got only one person signed up. But is there anyone here who would like to speak on annual town meeting Article 11 on the Brookline High School? Well, and I will say one more thing. On the annual town meeting articles, the school committee may wish to have a discussion after all of the hearings are closed on the various annual town meeting articles, or it may. What I had envisioned was that those discussions would happen on April 25th, and the hearing would be tonight, but the discussion on the annual town meeting articles would be on April 25th. Doesn't have to be. We could do that tonight. But to the extent that the school committee might want to speak to town meeting regarding Newbury College, then in relation to the April 9th special town meeting, then we would need to have our discussion, deliberation, and vote tonight. So that we would need to do tonight if we want to speak to them, to the meeting that's next week. So let me ask for anyone who would wish to speak to us on Article 11 on the high school project and the MBTA easement. Is there anyone who would like to make public comment? All right, well, let's move on then, and we have the electrification of the town's motorized fleet, and I do see one of the petitioners here. Would you like to, or more than one of the petitioners, would you like to come to the podium and speak? I think that we would probably like a. I mean, you don't have to be super brief. I mean, but yet, yeah, fine. And if you have a thumb drive and a couple of slides to show us, that would be good. And you could. Did I skip some? No, I started here.
While we're waiting, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, I see. I did skip one.
Yeah, it's okay.
I just misread it.
Can I just say one thing?
Yes.
We have discussed this in prior meetings, but just for the benefit of the public, the MBTA Town of Brookline easement plan. We've discussed this here, but again, just for everyone else, this is a critical path item in the project. So even though no one spoke on it, I hope no one spoke on it because it was blindingly obvious that we need it without any delay or modification. Okay.
I'm clear on that.
I'm going to get some more water. I'm going to get some more water.
Oh, okay. Yeah, great. Petitioners. And I apologize if anybody was here to speak on Article 20, because I just misread my agenda here and skipped over it. But we'll go right back to it after 23. What? We don't have a quorum. We'll just wait. Hold on just a second.
We're not taking a vote. It's okay.
We're not taking a vote, so it's okay?
Yeah.
Mr. Glover got his M&M's pretzels. So now you'll have his attention. All right. Why don't you guys go ahead and introduce yourselves?
Green. There you go.
Sorry about that.
Yes.
We're here for resolution on electrification of the town fleet. Maybe now I can set it down.
You can just stand up. Don't worry about it. Just leave it alone.
All right.
There you go.
So if you were to walk through Brookline 100 years ago, you would actually have seen a greater percentage of electric cars than you see today. And that's actually kind of a shame that those cars went away because they were quieter, easier to maintain, and less polluting of our local environment, even at that time, than the gasoline cars at that time or now. Now, if you replace even an efficient Toyota Prius with an electric vehicle like a Chevrolet Bolt, you have an immediate 60 to 70% reduction in overall carbon dioxide emissions, including everything from the electrical facility plant down to the car. So there's a huge climate impact. And so we're putting forward a policy that we think now is a practical time to electrify the town fleet. And we think that we have a policy that can do that in a practical way. And that policy is a conditional moratorium on the purchase of gasoline and diesel vehicles. And it's a condition, there are two conditions. One is that there has to be a practical electrical or non-fossil fuel alternative available, and it has to be of equivalent utility as determined by the department head requesting the vehicle. And I should specify here, this is for acquisition of vehicles, so this doesn't apply to contracts, such as the school bus contract. The main thrust of the warrant article only applies to acquisition, so it's a conditional moratorium on acquisition. And then if there's an alternative that's practical, there's a preference for fully electric, followed by plug-in hybrid, followed by hybrid. So that's the first condition, practicality, and that is defined by the department head requesting the vehicle. The second condition is the cost. So the cost of the electric alternative has to be no more than 25% greater than whatever the default option, internal combustion option is. And I just want to point out that that's not the cost of the policy. That's just a safety mechanism. So in many cases, the town could reasonably expect to actually save money by implementing this policy. And I'll show you why in the coming slides. This policy in the immediate future will apply to passenger cars. Like right now, it passed as soon as it took effect, would apply to passenger cars. And it would not apply to snow plows. And it might soon apply to some light-duty trucks and vans, such as those that are actually owned by the town for use by the schools. There's about 10 vehicles in the town fleet that are assigned to the schools in the town's master spreadsheet. So those vehicles actually would fall under this policy. So those are the conditions. And right now, even though the town fleet is 350 vehicles, this would just affect several dozen that are passenger vehicles at first. And so this is real total cost of ownership data from New York City, from their fleet, over 9 years. And what this shows is that even for a car bought 9 years ago, where a fully electric was more expensive than the alternatives, the total cost over 9 years was still lowest for an all-electric Nissan Leaf compared to a hybrid Prius or a Fusion gas car. And the main driver here, and especially the main driver that translates to Brookline, is maintenance costs, because the electric vehicles are much simpler. They have fewer moving parts, and so they're far less expensive to Today, however, with state incentives, it's actually cheaper to buy a fully electric Nissan Leaf, $4,000 cheaper, than to buy a Toyota Prius, which is right now the backbone of the passenger fleet that the town operates. And there's other options as well. That's for purchase. Now, Newton recently, a year ago, bought 8 Nissan Leafs, and they recently just decided to buy 20 more. They're actually acquiring them, though not through a purchase, but through a lease. And in some ways, this is a really smart strategy, because it maximizes capture of state and federal incentives. So they're getting a total of $12,500 from federal and state incentives for each of these leases, and these leases are a really good deal compared to a purchase, but you don't have to pay all the money up front. And then the other part of the article that pertains to the schools is really, there's a paragraph at the end just encouraging the schools to alter the bus service in such a way that would allow for electric buses, whether it be by acquiring vehicles, whether it be by changing the contract, working with the existing contractor. There's no particular teeth to that encouragement. It's just encouragement. The overall policy that applies to the larger fleet it's just a resolution, but it does have teeth if it were adopted by the town. But the school bus part does not. Part of the reason for that is that school buses are not as practical as passenger cars, perhaps. There's definitely options out there, but I think there needs to be some thought put into the practicalities, including how to pay for the increased upfront costs, even if that's made up in maintenance savings, as well as range limitations on these vehicles, especially in the winter. Some of them come with propane tanks, actually, that just so that they don't have to use the battery for heating. So there's a lot of considerations, but it would be great if we could electrify the the school buses as well.
So we're here for any questions.
Thank you. Anybody else on electrification of the town's fleet?
I'm Scott Nannian, town meeting member from Precinct 10, Driscoll parent, as you know, and I, you guys probably remember from the Driscoll building committee presentation a little while ago where I pushed for a longer term view of electric vehicle options in the garage for the proposed Driscoll school. I think this is clearly our future, and I think we've demonstrated at town meeting and as a town the willingness to pay a little bit of a premium for doing the responsible thing with respect to climate. We passed a budget for Driscoll and Baldwin that made them fossil fuel free. And I hope that the design process for those buildings as they go forward will sort of envision the future when most of the cars that are parked there, hopefully, and around there will be electric as well. I think this is a positive step forward. I agree that it seems to have a sort of tangential impact on the schools initially, but I think because the schools are in an important position with respect to our children where we can demonstrate a good solid example. So this is one thing where if they, to the extent that they see the schools' vehicles and you know, even buses or trips or transportation like we lease from YCN, to the extent that they see the schools taking this seriously and trying to electrify the fleet, I think it makes it important. It sets an important example to our students as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have a question?
No, just a statement.
We can have a discussion, but we'll go ahead. Be my guest.
No, it's just a very quick, just FYI for everybody and the people in the audience that Capital Subcommittee will have on their agenda for the Tuesday meeting preliminary information about electric buses. So,
okay,
just wanted to let people know.
Do you want to speak on this topic? Yes.
Today, I'll tell you in practical terms, Regina Frawley, town meeting member from Precinct 16, front page of the Journal, delivery issues with electric cars. They're going to make, a lot of manufacturers will make promises, but there's been multiple reports over the last several months of difficulty finding parts for these vehicles, and as Tesla's reporting, their production rate is way down, even though their costs are up. The good news is the cost of the cars have gone down 3 times of late. But 3 times a car that doesn't get delivered is not a good deal. So I would say as a policy-making body, you would need to be sure you had a backup plan. If you predicate your fleet going forward for a certain period of time, you need to be sure you're going to get it. So that's the first point I wanted to make. And half jokingly, make sure they all have GPS in case you have to go get them, because somebody forgot to recharge them.
Thank you. We did have a long presentation discussion on this just a week ago, right? When we talked about electric, or am I hallucinating? I thought we talked about electrification of the fleet. We talked about that. Okay, never mind. I thought that it come to school committee. We did. All right. Well, I think we talked at school committee. Yeah, somewhere at school committee, I thought. But at any rate, in that conversation, we asked the superintendent for some research on costs, and he's done that homework and is going to tell us about what he discovered. I think partly I reported I also reported on what I learned at the Sierra Club's statewide municipal leadership summit, where it was the focus. I reported to school committee on what I had learned at the March 16th Sierra Club statewide municipal leadership summit, climate action summit, that one of the main breakout groups was on electrification of municipal fleets, which this was a meeting that I attended with Ms. Hamilton a year ago, but I was actually the only Brookline representative this year.
So the numbers are really small on the screen, so I encourage you to look at the paper. It's at the back of your packet. These numbers are based on 13 buses. That's 6 in-town buses for students who travel, whether it's the students that live in South Brookline who are bused to Heath, to our EL programs. We have 6 yellow buses that transit the town. We have 4 Metco yellow buses, and these numbers are based on bringing transportation in-house, which I'll explain in a moment, requiring us to also have 1 bus for athletics and 2 spare buses, so a total of 13 electric buses. This isn't a formal proposal. I'm just giving you the criteria. If you had 1 spare bus instead of 2, we would have to have 1 spare bus. We arguably would need 2, but if we went with 1 instead of 2, it would change these numbers. So for 13 buses, our current contract for the diesel buses under our transportation contract cost us $822,600 a year. To purchase electric yellow buses, and purchase is quoted in this number because the lease options are quite hard to find. And so the purchase price is about $365,000 per bus for an electric bus versus $80,000 to $90,000 a bus for a diesel bus. If you if you spread the purchase price over 7 years, the first 7 years of transportation for 13 electric buses will be $1.539 million, which is an increase for those 7 years of $716,000 above our current transportation expenses. Now, those numbers, now smaller at the bottom, you can see they include all the costs of bringing transportation in-house. So that's not the entirety of purchase. That includes the maintenance. We're estimating $45,000 a year for maintenance. As you saw in the petitioner's presentation, maintenance of electric vehicles is less expensive than maintenance of fossil-fueled vehicles. It includes insurance. The best estimate right now to insure an electric school bus is about $5,000 a year per bus. Mr. Gillis worked on that earlier this week, so about $65,000 for insurance. And then our wages, driver's wages, health insurance, FICA, and the local pension assessment. So you can sort of see the all-in cost for 7 years. Now, the cost after 7 years of the purchase drops because we're no longer paying for the buses, and so the cost of this would actually be less than what we're paying in our leases now, because the cost of the annual cost of the vehicles in our lease would no longer be borne by the district.
Assuming the batteries still.
Assuming the batteries last, and I think a fair question. What we're being told is that the buses last 10 to 12 years, but there are not a significant number of yellow buses on the road. And some of the pilots that have been done have included buses that didn't fully meet the Department of Transportation requirements. So these are, they had waivers. Cambridge, for example, had a waiver from some requirements with their first bus that was piloted. Now Cambridge is looking to pursue it, and this price quote of $365 is from the same company that I believe it's Cambridge, Concord, the same company that Concord is working with to get to lease or to purchase buses that meet all of the Department of Transportation requirements. And so this would be the equivalent of our yellow buses, but electrified. That's what I have for you at this point. I will just say YCN, Mr. Gillis spoke at length to the director of YCN, the owner, and their vehicles are on the road far too long at this point for electric to work. He said quite simply that the technology is just not developed enough for the amount of time that the vans are on the road and the amount of downtime, they don't have enough downtime to recharge. And in fact, the company had been piloting some Tesla technology, and it just doesn't meet the requirements at this point for the vans for transportation, which is why I'm only bringing to you costs of electric buses. One last thing, this includes paving. I don't know where the land would be, but sort of paving the parking area for 13 buses and installing the charging stations for the 13 buses. And I would argue if we had 13 buses, we should install 14 or 15 charging stations for the eventuality that one of those stations goes down, because our buses would need to charge overnight.
Thank you. Well, I think we should move on, right?
Are you taking statements as we go, or you want them to talk about them all at the end?
Yeah, no, if anybody's dying to speak, otherwise I was just going to get all the public comments and then open it up to the school committee. But and in fact, because what we had contemplated was that the discussions would be on April 25th, as we had originally contemplated, but we can, depending on how we do tonight. Yeah. So with my apologies for skipping around when I hadn't intended to, let's move to Article 20 to amend the town's general bylaws, adding a new Article 8.37 pertaining to menstrual hygiene product access. And we heard earlier from Rebecca Stone, who couldn't be here at this hour, but she did speak to us during public comment. Come join us.
Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for allowing me to come speak. My name is Carter Mucha. I live in Brookline Village, and I'm a senior at Brookline High School, speaking tonight for myself and for Rebecca Stone, who you just mentioned spoke earlier this evening. As you may know, Warrant Article 20 was inspired by an article in the Sagamore written 2 years ago by then-student Sarah Graustra. At the time, Sarah was in the BHS NARAL Pro-Choice student group that I now co-chair. And we've continued to discuss the subject of period shaming and addressing the ways in which the school's response to menstruation needs to change, because it is part of that shaming. I'll say more about that in a minute. With the Warrant article, we are asking the town of Brookline to follow the lead of Seoul, South Korea, and more recently London, England, in providing free menstrual hygiene products in public restrooms. Brookline would be the first municipality in the United States to take this step. The average female-bodied person will have a menstrual period lasting 3 to 5 days, 12 times a year for about 40 years. Having a period is the reality for 52% of the population, each of whom will use almost 17,000 tampons and napkins over their lifetime. Yet girls and all female-bodied individuals continue to be taught that having a period is their private problem, to be hidden or treated as an illness. This attitude pervades public policy. Low-income moms receiving WIC cannot use it for menstrual products. Medicaid and food stamps do not cover tampons or napkins, and in 36 states, menstrual products are taxed as a luxury item. Menstruation is the brunt of jokes and shaming instead of being treated as what it is, a completely natural everyday bodily function experienced, and not by choice, by more than half of the population. We provide free toilet paper for the other natural everyday bodily functions that send people to a restroom because it is considered a basic part of public health and hygiene. Menstrual hygiene products are the same and should be treated this way. As we discussed at a recent policy subcommittee meeting, we are asking the school committee for two things. First, to support this warrant article, but because the article only applies to the town and not the schools, however, we are here tonight to ask you to commit to working towards making this a reality in Brookline's public schools as well. At BHS today, students who menstruate are unfairly taxed in many ways. If they get their period unexpectedly, they must miss significant portions of class time to travel down to the nurse's office, the only location in which menstrual products are freely available. This eliminates valuable learning time and places many students at a disadvantage. Additionally, the location of pads and tampons in the nurse's office is a constant implication that menstruation is an illness, which is both humiliating and disrespectful. It is especially shaming to transgender boys and gender non-conforming students who menstruate, who are forced to publicly seek the sanitary products they need, exacerbating their daily dysphoria. The other reason it makes sense for Brookline schools to act now is that it's likely that Massachusetts public schools will have to do this anyway. House Bill 1959 is currently before the state legislature, and as New York, Illinois, and California have already done, would require public schools serving grades 6 through 12 to make tampons and pads free and available in school bathrooms. We believe Brookline schools should lead on this issue instead of waiting to be forced to by the legislature. If we implement this within our schools, but on the same timeline set out in the warrant article, aiming to have this in place 2 years from now, by July 1st, 2021, we could also be part of informing and improving the legislation, whether it's showing the importance of state funding to help with the cost of the dispensing machines, or addressing how best to protect the privacy and safety of female-bodied students who identify as male and use male restrooms. The students and leadership of BHS are eager to work with the school committee to do this thoughtfully and well. I hope we support the warrant article and commit to making this a reality in Brookline's public schools. I can take questions, though I'm not very well versed in the policy areas. I can do my best.
If any school committee members have questions, we could entertain that. Thank you so much. I'm sorry. The superintendent has some information for us on this. We could then, but if you want to ask questions, please do. We could let's start there. Selectperson Hamilton.
So the typeface is a little bit larger on this one, so I'll just give the large screen a moment to catch up. So at the policy subcommittee meeting where this was discussed, Mr. Glover asked me to work on price estimates for implementation of this warrant article in our schools. And so I worked with Deputy Town Administrator Melissa Goff using the same estimates that she is using for the town relative to the warrant article. So this is not the exact number of bathrooms, so 200 is an approximate number of bathrooms, but it's very close. So to give you a sense of the cost estimates, you have 200 bathrooms at $350 per bathroom, so $70,000 for dispensers. Signage, to have 2 signs per bathroom, so double the amount of signage, would be $2,300, just over. To have the proper disposal receptacles also installed in the bathrooms would be approximately $10,500. And then we built in overtime so that Mr. Simmons' team could do it faster should the funds be available, should the warrant article pass. Obviously, for the town side, should the school committee request that we begin implementing this in our facilities. And so it's assuming 20 minutes per dispenser or receptacle for installation. So an overtime expense of about $6,200. So the one-time capital costs would be just under $90,000. And then the annual operating estimate, again, these are the same numbers that Deputy Town Administrator Melissa Goff is using. It's just over $14,000 a year for supplies. And again, that may vary. This is using the same estimates for all town bathrooms, and the numbers may be lower. Will certainly be lower in some schools and in certain bathrooms that are more predominantly used by early elementary students. I will say the other request was that I speak with our coordinator of nursing and health services, Ms. Patricia Laham, and Ms. Laham is in support of this. She believes that it would be a benefit to the high school. She did report that our nurses and our K-8s do like the opportunity to interact with students, to support students who may have questions, but that on the balance, affording students with the opportunity for privacy is equally important, and so it is something that that she supports.
Yes. So, thank you. Can you put that back up?
Yes. I can.
I hesitate to ask, but presumably it's okay. It's okay. I guess what I was confused about was that some things are things like, for proper disposal. Like, don't we need those anyway?
So the question for disposal is to make sure that that the disposal receptacles meet in wherever a dispenser is installed, meet OSHA requirements for our custodians. So there's certain different requirements. So
if there's a dispenser, there are different requirements.
Well, it should be. You are correct. They should be there anyway. And so they should be there anyway. And if we're installing dispensers in all of our bathrooms, it's adding those to the bathrooms. So it's again, the dispensers may be in the bathrooms, and it may not be a need to install the disposal receptacles in every bathroom. But this is the price estimate for that, for the approximately 200 bathrooms.
Okay.
And those 200 bathrooms are gender neutral bathrooms. And both what are now identified as girls' bathrooms and boys' bathrooms per the wording of the warrant article.
So it's gender neutral, girls and boys.
Correct.
Staff too.
So I could add staff. These numbers are based on the approximate number of, and these are bathrooms, not toilets. The question for installing for each toilet, you get into space requirements. Some of the stalls are too narrow, and if you have to reach across the toilet, you have ADA compliance, some serious ADA concerns that would arise. So it's one per bathroom in this estimate.
So I guess I'm just trying to figure out, like, wouldn't you have the receptacles per stall and then the dispenser per bathroom? I'm trying to figure out how the math works.
I will double check that. I plugged this into the same spreadsheet that that the deputy town administrator presented. So I will. Okay. Based on your question, and it is the correct question to ask. It would be higher. It would be a higher cost. So I will correct that.
Okay. I also would just want us to consider separately from this warrant article, if there are things like that aren't there now, like those need to happen this summer.
Correct.
Okay. Right.
We discussed that at policy as well.
Okay. Like forget about a future warrant article. Like there are things that should be there now. Okay.
Yeah. We discussed at policy, and was the clear direction was if there are things that needed to be addressed now, to redirect some of the plans for the mini CIP to make sure that this happens.
Great. And then I guess
I would just want to add on to that. I actually think regardless of policy we should be doing, and maybe this is the same thing you just said, but I think there should be some moves made in terms of dispensers now.
With dispensers.
Right. Perhaps it doesn't need to be system-wide. We can have a discussion about that, but there is something that we should be affirmatively moving forward. Having more dispensers, particularly at the high school, but elsewhere as well.
To your question, I think that we should most assuredly move forward with doing this at the high school, and I think that I feel strongly as a next step, bathrooms that are predominantly used by our middle-aged students in our K-8s. As sort of the eventuality of a build-out. The warrant article for the town, as you heard, has a 2-year implementation, and so I think that we, as a school department, could be very thoughtful about how we implement. And I think what we heard at policy has stuck with me about the challenge of where the nurse's office is located, the amount of time class. The amount of class time missed, the way that it singles students out, everything that the petitioner spoke of here at the podium a few minutes ago, I think that we certainly not only should but can address this summer.
So just to finish that question, I think there is the what must we do no matter what, which would be helpful to just have a cost on as part of this mini CIP. The only thing I would say about the high school is I think it's we should just talk through whether that's the right place to start. Obviously, more girls in high school are menstruating than girls in middle school. However, they're more likely to be like accidents, confusion, uncertainty in the middle grades, embarrassment, problems because they're not used to it, because they're new. So at any rate, I'm not sure I agree that high school is a priority necessarily, but it might be. I'm happy to hear from a nurse as to where they think the bigger issues are. It may be at the high school, it may not. I'd like to hear more.
Right, it doesn't have to necessarily be a choice either. In terms
Right,
of
oh no, yeah.
So it seems to me one of the ways of effectuating this sort of quick response and appropriate response would be to get town meeting to not only pass it, but also provide the funding for the capital outlay in this. I think that, the responsibility for the operating budget, I think, we have that in there today, some of it, probably not as much. We'll
Definitely not
probably
as
use
much,
more.
but we do have some.
Right, but the capital outlay would be what I would request of our town meeting members to try and amend possibly, or talk with the selectmen to see if there's a way to make sure that the capital costs, because the selectmen would have that for the town buildings, to see if there's a way that can be included in the CIP for next year.
And I'll add, speaking at the risk of speaking on behalf of the Deputy Town Administrator and Mr. Simmons, I believe that their plan is, should the warrant article pass, to begin with some of the funds that are available based on how things, how monies become available depending on projects, and then build in formally the capital costs into the coming CIP. So I don't know if that's for the following year, given the length of the warrant article. Again, I'm not necessarily speaking on their behalf. That's the current thinking. That's not the process that you just described, but it answers a question on what they're thinking about funding should the warrant article pass.
This falls into the category of something we want to do, but it's an unfunded mandate.
Sorry, just one other question. There are all sorts of products. I assume we're talking about non-plastic applicator products. I don't know quite what was proposed. Right?
Yeah,
Is that what was?
Yeah, that's the wording of the warrant.
Right, but that's what was costed
Yes.
out.
Yes.
Right. Anything further on this warrant article? Ms. Monopoly?
We're not discussing, we're just asking questions, right, at this point? This is not, for those people who are at policy, I think we discussed this quite in depth, and one of the things that I think that we should try to make this happen. And I do agree. I think that the number of, there should be a lot of waste baskets already installed. So I think that they should already be there. So we're talking about maybe half of the restrooms. That cost should go down. But to really, and I think Superintendent Bott mentioned this, talk about a phased-in process and look at what that is. And there was no sort of discussion on that or some discussion, but no answers about what that might look like. It'd be great if we could get some funding for this outside of there. And I also wanted to say how exciting it is to have young people coming to us with warrant articles, and how passionate and inspiring it is. So it was very, very exciting.
Have we thought about other ways to move this forward more quickly than having dispensers installed? If that's a capital cost and it's unfunded and the world has to figure out how to do that. People have baskets next to the sinks. They have, there are all sorts of other ways to get this started earlier. So I don't know if any of those have been discussed, or if it's an OSHA issue, or maybe someone has already thought about this.
That's certainly not an OSHA issue. I would turn to the petitioner first. And why don't you come up to the microphone?
Thank you, Carter.
So in the places that this has been implemented in the past, they've looked at the different ways of dispensing these products in baskets or machines. And what tends to happen, and what our concern is with regards to baskets, is that it's quite a bit easier for types of petty vandalism to take place, people clogging the toilets, taking too many products. We think the machines are installed to make it free, but just a little bit more difficult to obtain products to deter people from misusing them. So it is an extra cost, but we feel that it will pay off in the future.
No, I wasn't questioning it in general. I was just trying to think about how to get it started
Right.
more quickly if capital installment funds weren't available. But that makes sense, and you probably wouldn't want to roll it out wrong, because that would probably be worse. So, okay.
Thank you. Now, Ms. Ditkoff, you had said you had questions about the fleet electrification that we skipped over.
Okay, so just on the fleet electrification, Mr. Gray had mentioned that we have 10 electric vehicles. The schools have 10 vehicles.
Yeah, so Mr. Pollock asked me, I believe we have 2, I think, so I need to check with DPW on the, where those cars are assigned. From my understanding, it's Mr. Gillis and Mr. Clancy are driving town cars. And previously it was me and Mr. Gillis, and we shifted that. So I'm happy to check that and confirm. And
Right, so what we heard is there's a spreadsheet that's online that. Yeah, what?
Yeah.
Show it to the superintendent.
Sort of curious
We're all,
what else was
we're all
in there.
curious. We all heard that.
Building department.
I don't know. I'm about to find out. Well, regardless, it's helpful to know if we're paying for 10 vehicles and superintendent only knows 2. That's good to know.
So there are a number of vans on the list that I believe are no longer in the fleet, so I will check that. They're the one. There is. So I said 2. I know of 3. There's the small passenger van, actually large passenger van that the high school has that they use for athletics.
Oh, right.
That's typically parked in the director's circle. So I will work on confirming and figuring out what this is and which ones need to be deleted from the database.
Got it. Well, there won't be a director's circle, so there won't be anywhere to put it.
But there'll be a van.
There'll be a van. And then the only other question is, do we have any information about So I definitely appreciate that there's legislation that's giving incentives for certain types of vehicles and not others. Do we have any information about what might be coming down the pike on this? Like, are we a year away? Are we 3 years away from legislation to make this more cost effective for the school department purposes? We don't know.
I'll try to answer this. So, Heather Hamilton, co-petitioner. So I worked as the fleet administrator for MassDOT, and I have a lot of work experience in this area. It's hard to predict. Right now, there's been kind of a glut of funding. I see that funding kind of drying up in the next couple of years, so I would kind of strike while the iron is hot. But that being said, commercially available, school buses that meet these kinds of requirements, there just really aren't that many options. You could potentially look at like retrofitting stuff, but that's why we went back and forth when we were drafting this warrant article as to how to handle the school bus fleet. I think your hands are tied right now that you have to kind of wait, but as soon as something becomes commercially available, I would go after the funding. And there's more than just state and federal funding. The VW settlement, we'll see how much money that ends up being if the state funding dries up.
Yeah, I was just trying to get a sense of practicality.
Heather just mentioned at the end, but there currently is funding for charger installation, which is separate from the vehicle installation, and that's that time period is starting now, and for about 3 years. Some of it is part of the Volkswagen settlement. Eversource has an electrification project too. Those tend to be mostly at this point for larger deployments, so they would probably kick in funds for like the 13 school buses. They probably won't cover the 2 vehicles that the school owns. I don't know right now of any targeted incentives for very small fleets like that.
So would it cover the town garage to have?
Yeah, I mean, so the Eversource Make Ready covers
20.
I think what's their cutoff? 10 vehicles or 10 chargers or something like that. There's some minimum number of chargers that they want to be installed in order to fund it. There's the possibility that as that program matures and they're sort of running out of money, that they'll start looking for smaller and smaller projects to sort of fill up the last bits. But right now, they're trying to take big chunks of chargers off the table. Yeah, that's Electrify America is part of the Volkswagen settlement. Yeah, and right, they're anxious because it's part of their settlement to spend a certain amount of money on, in a certain period of time. So they're trying to do it quickly.
Can I ask one other question? Mm-hmm. So, Mr. Daniel, you mentioned that so when we had this conversation at the Driscoll School Building Committee about about the Driscoll project. It was my understanding that the response from the building department to your question was that that was not that hard to do afterwards, that it was more of a question of kind of running an electrical line through the garage, which didn't, in the opinion of the building department member who was there, require us to do anything now. So I just want to make sure, I mean, is there some reason to do something now as opposed to in the future? Because I think if there is, that didn't quite make it through to either of the building committees. Yep.
The town, a couple years ago, the town has 5 or 6 groups of chargers that are publicly available. They're in the town lots. Every town lot actually has 2 EV chargers. So one of those costs $17,000 to install 2 chargers, and that's on the high end of what you would pay for chargers. And actually, the town, just to be clear, that was grant funded, so the town actually didn't pay for it out of general operating funds, but or capital funds. It didn't pay for it at all. But it was expensive, and that's because they had to trench. So they had to cut through asphalt and lay electrical conduit under. So when you have to dig, it gets really expensive. Now, something like the upper town hall garage, you can just take a metal conduit and put it along the wall, so that's pretty good. So it really does depend on the geometry of your building. And the other factor is the local electrical panels. So the more spaces that you're electrifying, the more power you need, then your building system may not be equipped to handle it. Probably okay, but the more spaces you're adding, the more of a consideration that becomes, and sometimes panels need to be upgraded. In an extreme case, the entire electrical supply to a building can need to be upgraded, and including even the transformers that are owned by the electrical company that are outside the building. So this is definitely something that should be thought through before building a building, I would say.
So that sounds like a question to put through to the architects, to have the electrical engineer just check the capacity.
Yeah. So from what I remember, serving on the Driscoll School Building Committee.
And now as co-chair.
And now co-chair of this. And of that, I guess, yeah. From the design of that basement level garage, I believe like a lot of mechanical stuff is on that same level. So I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of the prep work is there, and then they might just have to tie in. But a lot of these charging units qualify for grants, so that could have been part of the cost-benefit calculation.
Okay, so maybe just someone can start an email trail with the architects and/or Mr. Masak, maybe in your capacity, not as co-petitioner, but as co-chair of the Driscoll Building Committee, just to make sure that this is getting thought
Not
about.
a mistalk.
Yeah, that if whatever needs to happen is getting thought through. I guess let me say it that way.
I can take that.
Okay.
A question to you. So there are at least 2 chargers. There are 1 charger with 2 possibilities for charging in the building, correct? That's in the plan.
I don't think so I think in schematic design it was not at that level of.
Because then you should be aware that at the Coolidge Corner School there is in the garage electric charger.
Right. So I
would assume we would do the same thing.
Right. I think the question was, do we need more than 2?
Okay.
As the world moves forward and more vehicles become electric, we would hope, for example, teachers drive electric cars or whomever is parking there.
Absolutely.
So would we need more than 2? So I think that was while you're at it, while you're building.
Okay.
It wasn't about 2. It was about creating capacity. So
I add one more. So I've actually been working with the State Building Board of Building Regulations and Services on this, and so I'll give you a nuanced perspective, which is they found that in our state DOER has been talking to California, which has building codes requiring EV chargers, and California did this thing where they said that a certain amount of EV spaces must be provided, and that conduit or other provisions should be made for the rest. And they actually found that to be less useful because when it came time to actually put those conduits in use, often they were found clogged with concrete or something, and the inspectors found that it was very hard to inspect that sort of ready stuff was actually ready because it's not in use. And so the advice that our state DOER got from California was, to the extent possible, put in actual wires in those conduits rather than just sort of making them ready, because then the inspectors can come in and inspect them before the building's signed off, that all that stuff actually is there and will be useful. So that's a sort of argument that not just plan for it, but try to get at least some minimum capacity in place so that when you sign off on the building, it works.
That's super helpful. So I will leave that in Select Board Hamilton. Okay. Capable hands.
Okay, we'll put the gear shift back into forward here and move on to Town Meeting Article 26, resolution pertaining to the engagement of a race and equity review consultant. And we have one of the petitioners here to speak to us. We do.
So hi, my name is Deborah Brown, and I think you have the warrant article in front of you. I will tell you that the first time that I thought about something comparable to this was frankly just having a conversation with the head of diversity and inclusion here in Brookline. And that was, I don't know, about the time that the Coolidge Corner piece started. Quick digression, if anybody hasn't had an opportunity to go over and see the beautiful work that the kids did, I would encourage you to do it. I mean, it is truly an exercise in just seeing the gifts that young people can bring and how they can actually change people's minds about a process and outcomes. So that's a quick digression, but it picks up on the same piece. And the piece is how we look at one another, how we think about one another. And frankly, I was really disappointed that Brookline as a town wasn't taking seriously what a thoughtful evaluation would look like. And I understand that we signed on to GARE, the Government Alliance for Racial Equity, but that's where it ended. Town signed on, everybody patted themselves on the back, we're going to do a great job, and that's it. But that's not how you address issues. I just call them the isms. You don't get there. And, one of the bigger isms in this town is racism. So, I may have mentioned it to Susan at some point, but we were operating on parallel tracks. So we actually ended up talking, and it was like, let's do this warrant article. So actually, before we did the warrant article, I don't know if you know this, but Brookline now has a people of color group. And, we've been conversing, we've been having meetings. There was a summit on racial equity. A half school board was there in attendance. And as part of that discussion, people of color identified 7 issues that we felt were significant. One was housing, education, employment, minority business, a dearth of participation on boards and commissions, service equity, and police. And that service equity is, in some respects, what we're talking about here in terms of the warrant article. The gist of the warrant article really is an evaluation process. It's an audit. It's an opportunity to take corrective action where people say there are deficiencies. And then there's a monitoring piece. And generally when you see these kinds of audits, they'll have a public involvement piece, they'll have a complaints process, they'll have a piece that looks at key service areas, is what I like to call them. And again, that's typically things like employment. And when I say employment, it's not just that you hire people of color or women where there's underrepresentation of the disabled, but that you look at promotions, you look at training, you look at transfers, you look at how you discipline people. And so that becomes really important. I would argue that at least a third to a half of the conversation tonight has involved spending money. But I didn't hear anybody say anything about whether there was an opportunity here for women or minority-owned businesses. This town really doesn't have a policy to actually bring in women and minority-owned businesses. And David and I had a conversation one day in the parking lot. It is a really simple trick. Why don't we just do an open house with women and minority-owned businesses from the area? Just cast the line and see what happens. But for us to be the quote-unquote progressive community, not to have on paper, this is what our program looks like beyond saying you're going to check the state list. Because that's what we say. Because I asked. We check the list. Oh, that's it. We've got the Bay State Banner in town. It's a minority newspaper. There's a Latino newspaper. How many of our products are advertised in those papers? What about for employment? So, I guess what I'm getting at is that this warrant article is essentially a mechanism for us to do better, but also to keep us out of trouble. I'm gonna say the Gerald Alston case, but that's like the poster child of what can go wrong when things go horribly wrong. And if there were an audit system in place, even if it were just to say, we've got to redo this. And when I say that, most people, when they think about diversity and inclusion programs, you know what you think? You know what I hear? You know what I see online? It's training. And this is how you treat one another. I'm talking about opening up your books. I'm talking about interviewing employees. I'm talking about, we're talking about interviewing, John and Bernadette Public. How does this town work for you? And so it's a complex system. Not a lot of communities roll up their sleeve and do things like this. I think we're in a place where we have to do it. I think it's good for the community. I think it will be. I think it's good for the community. I think it'll be good for all of us. So.
Obviously, I will recuse myself on any vote the school committee takes on this. My name is Susan Wolf-Dickoff. I'm a no one's ever said that to me. My name is Susan Wolf-Dickoff. I live at 145 Mason Terrace, and I'm a co-petitioner with Deborah Brown and with Michael Sandman for this article. First and foremost, I won't repeat what Deborah said about racial equity being a critical issue in our world right now, in our town specifically right now. We, as a town, passed GARE, which was terrific, but it is become clear that it's dramatically underfunded relative to the hopes and ambitions and vision that many town residents have for what taking a racial equity lens would look like in this town. And so this is an attempt to take a look at what does that mean? What does a leadership role, what does a leadership position look like? So a couple things. One is that I think a lot of because it is not a well-funded area in our town government, it means that a lot of actions are reactive rather than proactive. And there is not any shared sense of what good looks like, what we're going for, what indicators we'd want to even be looking at if in fact we were taking a racial equity lens to all of our town departments. And so my mental model has been the building committees. As I think about building committees, we spend millions and millions of dollars on architects and consultants and others who are experts in areas. And our town staff, our school staff are the clients, and they direct external experts but the external experts add external expertise that we do not have. And as I think about a building committee, what happens is we have select board at the table, school committee at the table, the transportation board, the advisory committee, Parks and Rec, everyone's there. Everyone's at the table being represented, and we ask questions, and some expert goes away and does analysis and brings it back to us, and we can look at that. Someone's doing a tremendous amount of work in between meetings to bring forward recommendations about what this could look like. And so it just seems to me that if we had some sort of analogous process, because that seems to work really well in this town, we managed to build beautiful buildings on time, on budget, that are, by all accounts, really well done and well executed. And so it seems to me if we had some sort of expertise, we had a planning process, and we had this review, we had everyone at the table. This could be led by the town administrator, led by Dr. Gelano, who's in charge of diversity, inclusion, and community relations department. It just would be it could be a very powerful way for us to be forward-looking and leapfrog and be proactive, rather than sort of responsive and consistently not meeting the high standards and expectations that we have for ourselves. So I think that was my intent, was to say, how can we do this right? And it does require spending a little bit of money on it. But we simply don't have the staff or expertise in-house to do it well. And I worry that without this, especially if we try to do it on the cheap or on a shoestring, it will collapse under its own weight, and it'll actually be far, far worse. And I just use as one final closing remark my experience so far with Dr. Burnham, this committee. I, in particular, spent a tremendous amount of time, this committee spent a lot of time prioritizing the notion of restorative practices, restorative justice. We spent a lot of time advocating for it with the community. We asked the superintendent to design what would it look like. He worked with principals, educators to think about what it would look like. And we asked for additional funds in the override, and we received them. And the superintendent hired a fantastic individual who is now leading that effort. And there are things happening that are best practices in other places that we weren't doing before that we are doing now, because it is resourced. And money has gone into her position. It has gone into professional development for our staff, and more than 1,000 employees. And so there are a lot of pieces of it that are in motion because we prioritized it as a school committee. We advocated for adequate funding, and we hired a terrific individual, and that funding is in place, and that mandate's in place. So more to come. We're not done, but there are really important steps that have been taken as a result of that multi-year vision. And so I would just sort of hope that as we think about the equity snapshot from a school committee point of view, but we also think about this from a municipal point of view, that they would kind of go in tandem and work together.
I just have a clarifying question. In here you talk about a consultant, and that's an ongoing consultant as opposed to having maybe a consultant do the initial work and then the town diversity officer take it over?
Yeah, so at the initial outset, the request is for $250,000 to hire a consultant to do a study, to do essentially a review, and to come forward. That's the one-time money. It's one-time money to then do a review of all of the town departments and best practices nationally and give us ideas. Presumably, to implement it would be it would be expensive. I don't want to actually go through every department and think about what would a cadet program look like if it was different. What would a minority women business program look like? What would it look like to implement the recommendations? Would be a different piece of funds that we would, as a town or town meeting, would need to sort of deliberate. So the $250,000 is for a consultant to deliver essentially a review
by November 2019.
I think we asked for preliminary. Yeah, we asked for preliminary output by November, because.
And then every November thereafter, you say. No?
Oh no! Every November thereafter, the town or the departments would produce a report. That's
okay.
Right.
That wasn't clear.
Sorry, the 250,000 is one-time money. And that
But
every.
it would be longer than just till November.
Well, so right, so let's do it year by year. So this year, the money would get appropriated at Maine town meeting. The consultant would presumably get to work right away. We would create some sort of advisory committee similar to, again, having everyone at the table in a structure that does that. It would be led by the town administrator and by Dr. Delano. That by November of this year, the notion would be to have a preliminary set of ideas or outputs for us to think about. The reason for that is that if it goes much past then, it won't get into the next budget cycle. So the idea is to at least get a preliminary report by November. It won't be finished. And then to get the first set of recommendations to be essentially baked into the FY21 budget cycle that goes to the next town meeting in May. So every November thereafter is that every November town meeting, we would be asking, if this passed, it would say that that the department would sort of basically talk about what it is that they are planning to do in the next cycle. And the reason you do that is because if you wait until May, then the budget's already finished and you have to wait another year to implement. So it's trying to take account of the budget cycle. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense. And you came up with 250,000. How?
You know, we came up with, actually, Michael Sandman threw that number out. And he was very forceful in saying, if we want to do this right, we can't do it on the cheap. And when you start looking at a professional consultant and their employees coming in, that's going to take time and that's going to take money. So he was, yeah. And I talked to a couple of people, that do this kind of work, and they were like, yeah, that's kind of in the ballpark. So it's not cheap. And I'll go back to your analogy. If we were talking about building a building, $250,000, we'd all be slapping ourselves on the back saying, that's a good deal.
We're just going to go through this if we could. So it would be approved in May, and then the money would be released like July 1.
You have to go out to bid. Yeah.
You'd go out to bid, and then they would come together with some kind of preliminary report in November, and then they would turn it over to the different departments, or they continue on. The consultants continue on for a length of time, or until they run out of the $250,000, or.
So my sense is that what would happen is if it passes in May town meeting, you can get started with the procurement process right away. You just can't execute a contract in July 1. So there's no reason to start the process on July 1. So I think that's the first thing. You should be able to actually begin on July 1. I think the second thing is, so that gives you July, August, September, October, which is basically 4 months to produce a report. This is not the kind of thing that town meeting would vote on in November, so it doesn't need to be finished by September 1. So that's the first piece. I think the notion would be that 250 would cover the initial contract of asking for, and I think it's in the description, landscaping, best practices nationally, what kinds of indicators should we be looking at. There's all sorts of things that are envisioned in that initial scope of work, but that yes, to the extent that any one department is going to be implementing, for example, like let's say, in the school department, one idea is to say paraprofessionals of color may be interested in teaching roles, and that is something that we should identify who they are. We should bring them together as cohorts. We should consider spending money on them as a group to help them and their career ladder. That money is not envisioned in the 250. So basically, implementation money is the kind of money that would be handed over to the individual departments. But again, it's not like the departments aren't at the table in the first place. The departments are at the table starting
May, whatever, 25th, right? They're at the table immediately. That's why it's being run this way. It's not an outside group imposing a set of recommendations on the departments. They are, and in fact, the first piece of this is that the departments come together under the leadership of Dr. Gelano and Mr. Kleckner to say, here's what we've done already. Just kind of bring together all of the work that has been done, because some good work has been done also. Very variable by department.
Just curious, if there's a, is there a vision, and maybe this is a question to you, Ms. Tedkoff, a vision for equivalent type work on the school side? How does that, our structure is different because of some of the staffing that you mentioned that we've put in place, and some of the other efforts that we've put in place. Have you given that some thought in terms of what that might look like on the school side? I'm sure you have. And
I have a lot of thoughts on this. I'll try to be brief. I know we've talked about it for a number of summer workshops, and we've talked about it. I wasn't at this last workshop, but the notion of having an equity snapshot within the schools, I think, is an important parallel. So as I think about what equity means, it's not about a bunch of training programs or programs on the side. As we've discussed as a school committee for some time, it really is looking at pretty much all of the different processes and all of the different departments within the PSB in order to advance equity. So I think that there's probably, in the same way that we have a vision for what does an equitable classroom look like that has been developed by our educators, that they talk about, and we can say, how are we doing based on that? There's the equivalent to the district-wide level. So again, we've talked about this at multiple summer workshops. I have my own, if I had to write something, I probably could. I'm sure the superintendent could, Dr. Warnham could. And so I do think that there's a parallel process on our side. I think a lot of the pieces are in place. So if I think about human resources, and I think about how Ms. Richardson has thought about our diversity pipelines, re-engineering how we and where we recruit, re-engineering. I mean, we are now behind Boston and Cambridge, but we are ahead of all of the rest of the ring districts in the Boston metro area in terms of diversity of our faculty, which is not as good as we want to be, but way better than where we were because of a series of steps. We are, as we think about diversity of our educational leadership, it has changed dramatically, both on the floor, the direct reports to the superintendent. I think you have 3, 4 women of color as direct reports, and we've never had that before. We have 4 of 8 elementary school principals as people of color, which we have never had before. So I think that there are important pieces of the puzzle. That's just the hiring department, right? If we think about policy, we think about, disparate impact of special education, disparate impact of disciplinary procedures, disparate impact in educational outcomes, disparate impact of summer internship access and field trip access. I feel like we do actually talk about it in many, many places. To some extent, we've pulled it together, and I think more work can be done there. I think the other place that we have not done as much work as we can is on the purely administrative side. So things like, sourcing programs, minority women business programs. There's a lot sort of in administration and finance that we haven't necessarily gone after. I think we've mostly focused on curriculum and the books that, the books that are in our libraries, the curriculum that we teach, making sure that there's kind of an equity audit there. And so there's work we've done. There's a lot more work we have to do. But at any rate, I do think that there are analogous categories, and I think that there may be, as we sort of step back and look at the whole, there may be additional opportunities that we should pursue even more intensely. And the superintendent may have more thoughts on that also.
No, that's great. The only other one thing that I would say, and I guess it's for everybody, I don't know if it would be useful at all, but I mean, I don't know if we've ever given any thought to having a subcommittee, a new subcommittee created that deals solely with diversity, equity, inclusion. Does it right? I guess it's a discussion. Do these issues, we talk about them everywhere. We talk about them all the time. Does it rise to a level where there needs to be a little more focus on those efforts? I don't.
Just as a response, we had talked about that at one time, way before you guys were on the school committee, and you can think about it in both ways. And I'm not sure where I fall down, but people felt that we shouldn't separate this out because everybody is part of the whole system, and we should keep it together. Now, that may be an argument for not doing it, that we do need to shine a light on it. But that was the logic, that we need to think about it in everything that we do, not to see it as a separate, well, they're going to take care of that.
Yeah, no,
So I don't know what's
I hear
the
that
right
side.
answer.
I don't know either. I mean, I do wonder if making sure that there's something to be said for bureaucracy in some cases and bureaucratic organization, in terms of focusing efforts. And I don't even know if I'm convinced that this is something that we need to do, but it's just something I think we should probably continue to consider.
I've been in organizations that actually had offices that focus on diversity, inclusion, and equity. And I'd like to say that one of the benefits of having a group that focuses on those issues and work groups is that you eventually do begin to normalize these things. A quick example in my professional career is environmental justice. Well, when I first started talking about environmental justice, it was a career-limiting move of sorts, because people were like, "Why is she talking about it?" But, we formed work groups. We developed policies. And I dare say that you can't go anywhere, even under this administration, and try to undertake a major environmental endeavor and not have somebody say, have we looked at this through an equity lens? And Michael, I think that's what you're saying. How do we undertake looking through our work with an equity lens? And I've seen it I saw it in the transportation industry as well. So much so that every week at every managers meeting there was a question on how are we doing in our areas, and there was a glance around the room at every department head, and if the news was bad, then the president let you know that it was bad, and people improved. And I hate to say TQM, but it was about quality. It was that that Senge model of we have to learn, and so you do need a place to begin to unpack that, and create the kind of programs and institutions that you need to go forward. Because if all you do is talk about it, you don't say, all right, we're putting this program in place, it takes longer. I think it just takes a lot longer to implement.
I would just add two things. The school committee has talked about this specifically in twice, and once was about whether or not to add educational equity as a fifth core value. There was a substantial debate about it, and the debate was exactly as Ms. Charlowski said: shouldn't it be everywhere? Shouldn't educational equity be across the other four core values? And at the time, the school committee decided it actually was important enough that it needed to be elevated as a fifth value, because if it is everywhere, it is nowhere. There's no owner of it. It needs to be elevated as a fifth value. After basically this debate, we had the same discussion when we contemplated Dr. Warnham's position. Should there be a separate director of equity, senior director of equity for the district, or shouldn't that be everyone's job? So I don't know if the superintendent wants to speak to that a little bit, but what is the difference between having someone who holds that as the question and as the framing for everything else, while not taking away the individual accountability for every school, every principal, every teacher to implement their piece of it? And I would wonder if there's the same analogy for the school committee. It's one thing to sort of say equity needs to be everywhere, but if we did have either a person, I'm not sure a whole committee, but at least some way to hold that, would we then take a racial equity lens to our entire policy manual, or to the work of each of our committees, rather than having a separate committee that did it? Is there a way to kind of do both? And so I know the superintendent's thought about this quite a bit on the staff side, and I think we should just have that analogous conversation for the school committee work.
about that. We have all had opportunities to familiarize ourselves with the warrant articles for the two town meetings on Newbury. And the question that I would pose to the committee is it our pleasure to speak to town meeting in relation to the warrant articles and the potential purchase of the Newbury College property by the town, which could be a detailed, it could be anywhere from a recommendation of favorable or unfavorable action, favorable action or no action, to a kind of a detailed advisory about either what the school committee thinks or our thoughts on potential uses by the school committee. Does anybody have an opinion about whether any action is warranted at this time?
I think we should weigh in on it. I also think, I for one would support the select board's article. And I'm looking for the third article, the third resolution, which I can't really find unless it's part. 2 and 3 are attached, sorry. Are they both select board? So I must say I have not seen the difference between the two, though they're both select. Maybe somebody from the select board could help us.
I'll try to
Since they
remember
happen
what
to
our
be
own
here.
discussion was. So I think the chair of the select board, well, we got the 200 signatures that necessitated a special town meeting.
Right.
In working with town council, we tried to incorporate the spirit of what the petitioners were trying to do.
Mhm.
So because of the 200 signatures, their language had to be incorporated. So I think that's one of them, but the select board is putting it forward. And then the other two actually fall within, what they were trying to do, but doing it within a means that actually allows the action to proceed. But from what I remember, I think we took no action because I don't think that enough information is going to be ready in time for next week. The bids are
either
not.
one.
Yeah.
Oh.
The bids aren't due until I think mid
19th of April.
Yeah. So we just didn't have enough information to be able to really come down on one way or the other.
And the first warrant article that Regina Frawley,
From what I remember of her presentation, she, I think she wanted us to think about the property for an elementary school, not necessarily the 9th school, but she said maybe even a future 10th school. So regardless of Baldwin, that, school capacity seems to be a never-ending battle.
So, unanimous select board recommends the advisory committee's resolution, which was voted 27-0-0 by the advisory committee. Is that right? That's what I'm seeing in the paperwork. And the resolution, says to go forth and conquer. In short, anybody disagree with that crude synopsis? So, I am on I'm on page 3.3 and 3.3, we see that the Select Board voted favorable action on the motion offered by Advisory Committee, and then if we go to 3.6, there's a recommendation by a vote of 27-0 and 0. The Advisory Committee recommended favorable action on the following substitute motion under Article 3. And that has various, on the last, and the actual motion, resolution is on 3.6 and 3.7.
Yeah, I think I for one would be in favor of what the advisory committee and the select board.
Right, I mean, it says now therefore be it resolved that the town meeting believes it to be in the best interest of the town that the town acquire the Newbury College campus, and be it further resolved that Brookline Town Meeting calls on the select board to work as quickly as is prudent and practicable with other town boards and departments to continue to pursue the purchase of the Newbury College campus, including consideration of the use of eminent domain authority, and consider appropriate financing strategies to effect the acquisition. So I'm hearing some interest in supporting that.
And I think time is of the essence. If we don't do it today, we won't be able to weigh in.
Right.
And so
I
can make a motion, at least.
Well, you go ahead. Well, before you make a motion, let me just hand out. So I madly threw together some words which are too many words, as is often the case with my writing, I do believe, racing out of my office to get here this evening. And this would be in, I certainly think that a motion along these lines would be in support of this resolution. I'm happy to agree with Ms. Charlupski that we might direct it at the resolution, the advisory committee's resolution. And so this is giving some background on the thinking of and discussions of the school committee that town meeting might be interested in, but I don't feel particularly strongly about whether we should provide this level of detail. I mean, obviously I wrote it and I think it's potentially useful, versus making a simple recommendation of favorable action on the resolution. So, and obviously this would need to be wordsmithed by the committee. And I have a couple more copies if anybody else would. It's just a draft, though, but if you'd like to see it.
Well, I think it seems to me that I would like to support the advisory committee and the select board in their resolution, in their article. What might be good is to have something similar to this from this, just as our take on what might happen in these spaces. But not, I mean, it's complicated. And these have been talked about also publicly. It's not, so I'm not sure what would be best at town meeting.
Read this out loud. I mean, if there's people watching and wondering what we're reading, we don't have to act on it. So I'll share it with the public. School enrollment growth in Brookline has resulted in an overcrowding throughout the district and in the displacement of both programs and staff out of our school buildings and into temporary and rental facilities that present a range of challenges and drawbacks. In particular, 11 Brookline Early Education Program, BEEP classrooms, and the BEEP Family Intake Center, and maybe there's a different name for that, but that's what it's called, the Family Intake Center, are currently housed in community religious buildings. 49 school staff from a number of departments, including BEEP, BACE, METCO, and others, have been relocated to rental space. The potential acquisition of the Newbury College property presents an exciting opportunity to create a permanent facility for the 11 BEEP classrooms, Family Intake Center, and administration, BEEP classrooms, Family Intake Center, and administration, as well as the other PSB staff in rental space. The Newbury Academic Building, and adjacent parking lots on the west side of Fisher Avenue may be suitable for these uses, as well as an early education playground and on-site parking. While much additional study and community input would be required, should this plan prove feasible, the Brookline School Committee is supportive, hopeful, and excited about the possibility that Newbury might afford for these uses. And then I wrote another paragraph which could be included, which is, at this point, the school committee is not in favor of the Newbury site as a preferred site for a new elementary school because of its proximity to both Runkle and Heath and the relatively low density of the neighborhood. These factors would likely result in significant disruption to families who live close to both of those schools and significant long vehicular commutes for students attending the new school. And then I think I meant to write one other sentence, but the clock told me I had to get to school committee, which was to say that the community has worked and debated long and hard to craft an approach to solving the elementary school challenges, which includes 3 projects, 2 of which are coming to the voters and town meeting, and the third of which is proceeding with MSBA. So there is so any, all, none of this. What are your thoughts? Yeah, Ms. Monopoly.
Here. In order to support the resolution, do we need to go into this much detail?
No, all we need to do is we could simply say that the school committee recommends favorable action on the advisory committee's resolution before April town meeting. I mean, we could just say we recommend favorable action. We don't need to provide any detail.
Not sure if we're ready to get into this level of discussion at this point in the big picture. Maybe we are, and maybe it's important to say some of this now. I don't know.
I mean, for what it's worth, I actually agree with you, Ms. Monopoly. I'm supportive of the acquisition of the property, but I'm not. I think there's more discussion that needs to be had around what we collectively think needs to be done with the site, or should be done with the site.
I think the advisory, that it's not clear how they're going to use the property yet, and that certainly
absolutely.
And so to suggest that we know how they should use it, perhaps is going deeper than people would like at this point. Although it is important to say that we have some thoughts about it, and we certainly have some interest that we are going to we hope to participate in that conversation, the uses of the buildings and the land and that. So perhaps maybe not so specific, but something should be about this would be really helpful to the school department, at least part of it, part of the property.
Sorry. I think that's probably a little bit more where I was in line, sort of. I think I'm just trying to judge from a townwide process how important it is for us to indicate interest specifically. I don't know. Again, Ms. Federspiel said it, I think, better than I did. Sort of this idea of being supportive of it and not necessarily identifying specifics of what it is, although indicating that we do have interest and we have ideas about what might be beneficial there.
One way to approach it is just ask the superintendent if he was planning on being in attendance, and he says he is, and so it might be that questions came up from town meeting members to the school department or the school committee, and with the superintendent in attendance, he could speak to the impressions or conversations that have been, some of the due diligence that's happened.
I mean, I'm very excited about the possibility of being there, at least for now, or for the near future. I'm very excited about an family intake center. I'm excited about having some of the offices come out of the rental space and into Newbury. So I have lots of excitement around the Newbury College acquisition. I just don't know if we should be saying all that yet. I just don't know. I mean,
So just one question that I think we're going to get, we've gotten it already, is does the school department think that the acquisition of Newbury College is a replacement for the ninth school at Baldwin, and should we therefore stop the presses on that? And so I think to the extent that the school committee, the superintendent have thoughts about that, I actually do think we have to say something. I think we do have thoughts about that. We've discussed it here. So I think we need to have some sort of statement. It doesn't have to be super complicated, but a sentence or two as to why. And I think there is a sentence or two in here. I think there's a second sentence which says, without precluding the final discussion of what could or should go there, it remains a fact that we spend more than $750,000 every single year on leasing space for BEEP, for 49 adults, and for and Pierce. And so it's certainly the case that that one opt-in is to think about how we lease space differently. If the Newbury College was acquired. I mean, I think there's something about maybe, Mr. Pollack, the level of specificity, like which parking lot a building is going to go next to and specifically where things are going to go, which might be, I'm certain you have surveyed the property in extensive detail and you know exactly where you want the buildings to go. It may just be that level of, this could be used as an early education playground. Like that level is probably not where the committee is. So I just wonder if we can kind of pull it up a level and answer the questions that are in people's minds, specifically around a sentence or two about why we believe, as we have discussed in the past, this is not a replacement for the ninth school site, and that there are a variety of uses that we could imagine what that should be considered were this property to be acquired. And here is our list of things that should be considered, and specifically the financial implications. So it just might be, or is that people more comfortable with that? No, but there's a lot of
You're trying to get it down to 3 to 4 sentences.
I'm trying to get this down to 3 or 4 sentences that this entire committee can agree to, that does not preclude, I mean, there's just a lot of specificity here that is making a lot of assumptions, and I think, so I don't know, it might not be the right few sentences.
For me personally, I'd be fine sort of making a statement that we don't believe this is or again, that I don't believe this is a substitute for the Baldwin School, for the ninth school spot. I think for me, I'm a little bit apprehensive about suggesting what should be there for the schools, and maybe that sounds strange or disaggregated, but I'm comfortable saying that I don't think it should be a replacement for Baldwin.
And what about the leases and the potential for?
I think they should. I think they should be in there, actually. Well,
I expect that the select board chair is going to mention it. Maybe not. I mean,
well, it's
we've talked about it a lot.
Here. It's talked about in here as his response.
I mean, it's certainly, we can say what has actually happened is that's one of the things that's been discussed.
Yeah, that's fine.
What I don't want to, what I feel less comfortable about is saying that, making it appear that is what the school committee is advocating.
That's fair. We're not advocating for, are we?
All right. So no. Well,
I don't think we want to be presumptive.
So would either of you like to craft a motion, seeing as I'm so wordy? And we the thing is, we just need to do it tonight. We actually need to vote language tonight so that it can go out the door, because the meeting's on Tuesday. Town meeting's on Tuesday. Talking a couple sentences, right? I mean, we've so far, it's not a replacement for the ninth school site, but that we recommend favorable action on the advisory committee's motion. Article
3. Yeah.
Article 3, resolution on acquisition of Newbury College.
The select board voted no action on Article 2, voted favorable action on Article 3. Unanimous vote voted favorable action.
Unanimous select board voted no action under Article 2. That's on 2.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They voted favorable action on Article
Resolution.
3.
Fine.
Right. Okay, so let me try this. So the first paragraph is school enrollment growth has resulted in overcrowding, displacement of programs, 11 BEEP classrooms, family intake center currently housed in religious buildings, 49 school staff from a number of departments, including BACE, METCO, and others have been relocated to rental space. I would just add to that, resulting in more than X $100,000 per year. So I would say.
And does anybody object to including that background language? It's not.
That's fine. That's just. I think that's just background language.
Okay, fine.
Okay.
And like including the numbers.
Right,
Yeah,
and just.
If I could just.
Resulting in, and it's
It's got to be net of the Pierce Loft because we can't. We're not.
It's over, resulting in an annual cost of over.
But it's more than 750 because the
But we don't know what
rents
the
are
new-
going to go up.
Well, we don't know.
Well, it's still more than.
It was 710. It recently went up to 732 or something like that.
Say more than. Yeah, more than.
We could guess, or we could wait for the superintendent to tell us.
Yeah, I had it too.
Is he working on it right now?
He is working on it right now. Okay, fine. So can I just leave it as resulting in more than whatever his number is of annual, lease payments or whatever the, I don't know what the word is. Okay, so we're basically fine with that once he gives this number. Okay. I think the middle paragraph should probably go with the possible exception of the last sentence. We would be, while much additional study and community input would be required, should this plan prove feasible, the Brookline School Committee is supportive, hopeful, and excited about the possibility that Newbury could be used for school purposes. Is that fair?
Like that?
We don't need that part, yeah. So just start with, well, much additional study and community.
That's where I started, while much additional study. Take out all of this. Take out everything from the potential acquisition.
No, after that, we have to take out should this plan prove.
Oh, I see. I see. Right, so,
Brookline
while much
School
additional study and community input would be required, the Brookline School Committee is supportive, hopeful, and excited about the possibility that Newbury might be used for school purposes. Important school purposes? I love doing this. I really do.
FY19 actual was $715,397.66.
That includes Pierce or does not?
That does not.
So can we just say more than $715,000? Are we comfortable with that since rates will go up? And why don't we say in FY...
Does that include Pierce or it does not?
No, don't do that. FY19. FY19, right. We're more than in FY19 and are projected to rise. Okay? Okay. Last paragraph.
We don't know.
We don't know. We haven't negotiated
We
them.
really don't. We don't, and we don't want to talk about it.
And then, does anybody have a problem with the last paragraph? Or want to add anything?
Can we take out at this point? Can we just say the school committee is not in favor?
Yes. All right.
The whole paragraph?
I'm asking. I don't see any problem, but if somebody, what's the problem?
No, there's probably a lot more reasons, but we don't want to go on and on.
Are there any others that you can say in a sentence?
Well, that we have a plan, that there's a plan before, that there's a plan that's already been worked out, and another plan that's already been worked out, it's not mentioned here.
But that's the sunk cost, though. That's the sunk cost. Okay. So, fine. So the first paragraph so Ms. Coyne, I think what we have is the first paragraph, and ending with, others have been relocated to rental space. How about this is costing the town more than $715,000 in FY19, and costs are projected to rise. And then we take out everything from the potential through on-site parking, and then we start with, while much additional study and community input would be required, the Brookline School Committee is supportive, hopeful, and excited about the possibility that Newbury might be used for school purposes. Not important ones, just school purposes.
Would we want to say about parts of
Right, we don't know that with taking it all.
I think it sort of suggests that it would become school up there, whereas I think
That parts of the Newbury site?
that's fine.
I'm just trying to keep it simple.
Yeah, that parts of is perfect.
That parts of the Newbury
Newbury
site
site.
could be used for school purposes. Okay, we're good with that? And then the last, just the school committee. The last paragraph.
And I would suggest if you can even, we can vote this, I'm good with that, but if there's a way of even making it shorter, that might be an idea after.
I would just vote it, but you could do it.
Okay.
Okay, is that more or less, are we okay with there?
So moved. Is there a second?
Second.
There we go. Pick one. Everybody happy? Any further discussion? All right. All in favor? Thank you very much. What's the committee's pleasure? Now we're going backwards again. And then you are very helpful. That's what I was going to ask the school committee. Well, let's Ms. Hamilton, Select Board Member Hamilton.
Yes.
Before any of you guys leave, the question is to the school committee: would you like to ruminate on this and then discuss them on April 25th, or would you like to discuss any of these warrant articles for annual town meeting, any of these other warrant articles for annual town meeting at this moment? Yes.
I think we should think about them a bit, and talk about them at the next meeting. I think I'm looking at the time, and I think we still have an executive session.
I'm not sure that we do. It was on there, but not on request. It was just is there need of no? I don't think we have need of an executive session.
Okay.
Yes.
I just want to know where we are on these, so I would hope and assume that there is no further discussion to be had on the easement plan, and I would hope and assume that we can vote that one unanimously, but I don't know. Menstrual hygiene product access, I feel like we actually had additional questions on, and so we probably need to get those, so that I can imagine that's probably not ready for a vote tonight. Electrification of the town's motorized fleet, I think we had a couple of factual questions on. Not that it would change most people's answers, but I think there were just a couple of questions we asked. I will defer to you all on 26, and then we just did, did we do all 4 Newbury?
Yeah.
Okay. So I would just say that at least a couple of them, the Metro Hygiene product one for sure, we need more information, and same thing with the electrification. The first one seems obvious, and the fourth one I won't comment on. Does that help?
I move it.
Okay, but the others, so that these guys can go on about their evenings, we're going to we're going to have a discussion on the 25th for the other 3. Okay.
And as I said, the capital subcommittee was discussing any information
Electrification.
on electric buses.
Thank you all for
And Tuesday at 4:00. Between 4 and 6, actually.
I think I heard a motion on town meeting Article 11. Is there a second? This is to recommend.
Yeah, I moved it.
Favorable action on.
Then I can
Okay.
second it.
Thank you. Further discussion? All in favor? MBTA is done. We recommend favorable action. Okay. We just lost the superintendent. I don't know. I don't know if he. Yeah, I think he prepared a report, so that's good. Because it's on here. All right, we are on to the superintendent's report.
So I admittedly thought that we had pulled the report.
I do too.
So I don't have a written report for this week, so I apologize. Two things important to report. First is that I have appointed Regina Watts, interim principal of BEEP, and met with the staff of BEEP yesterday. On the early release day, they had a meeting here. And there was a very, very strong positive reaction to the announcement and a lot of excitement. So I believe it's absolutely the right move for BEEP. And I did not write the announcement for yesterday, working to be sure that we were fully prepared for the Coolidge Corner renaming night. So the announcement will go out broadly tomorrow. That's not typically my practice, as you know. But I felt it really important to make that announcement yesterday in person with the staff of BEEP, given Vicki's, Ms. Milstein's long-standing tenure in the program and the nervousness that her retirement caused, especially in light of many years of space crunches and moves and the sort of everything that this committee knows so well that causes unease among our really just amazing early childhood educators. So I'm thrilled that Ms. Watts accepted the offer, and look forward to her being a part of our team of principals in the year ahead. Second is that today was the first day of 2 days of Arts Equinox at Driscoll School. And this is the first year I have been able to attend, and it is it's just such a wonderful event of kids and adults, educators and parent volunteers and community members, and all just celebrating and participating in the arts. So Dr. Talukdar was beatboxing today, along with a group of students, to a Shakespeare presentation for middle schoolers, to Kids for Kids, I think it was called, where first and second graders were entertaining one another in a talent show of musical performances and gymnastics and dance and jokes. And I love a good joke, so there were some really fun ones. Tomorrow is the second day of Arts Equinox, so I encourage you, if you're available, to stop in and check out the really fun things that happen. Also, school-wide art projects. So some really just classroom art projects and school-wide art projects. So an amazing, it's a long-standing tradition at Driscoll, and it is something, it is a part of what makes Driscoll so special. Excited to share that. Yes, it was wonderful to be there. And we had our first renaming night last night, and our students, as we all expected, were amazing in presenting, and many of you were there, so I won't belabor it at this hour, but just a wonderful, wonderful evening where our students were presenting why they were moving forward particular names for as possible candidates for renaming of the Coolidge Corner School, and we had a good community participation. So the next night is on Thursday, the 11th of next week, and we're planning a third evening, the location to be determined after break. We received a lot of written feedback last night. We're receiving online feedback. And we anticipated that there would be a few typos on the posters, so we've corrected 5 of those posters and flyers. We've reposted the corrections on the website, and are now printing sets of the posters for all of our schools, and have heard of a number of places where educators are planning on having discussions and having students vote. So that vision, the vision, I think that a little over a year ago, the petitioners brought forward of this being a conversation throughout town is happening. So very exciting. Lastly, I'll say, if you have not seen the models that our architects for Baldwin and Driscoll have built, they're upstairs outside of the select board room, and they're pretty amazing. And so it's worth going upstairs and taking a look. We will move them down here. The Driscoll model is in 2 pieces and is really hard to move, and I just didn't have enough people to help move it today. So we will get it down here for the school committee meeting after break.
Right. So we actually did have all of our subcommittee and liaison reports a week ago, but there may be some new ones. Are there any subcommittee reports? Yes, Ms. Charlevsky.
So, just for the government relations.
Yes.
Just 1 second. MASC Day on the Hill is coming up on, I'm sorry, I just had it up here and of course it went away. Just a minute. Shoot. I lost it. It's, yeah, we just got the announcement. Actually, yeah.
Well,
hold on. No, because there was another
calendar.
Yeah, no, but there was another piece to it that the Day on the Hill is dealing with the foundation budget, so it's going to be an important one this year, and I think it's actually coming up sooner than we think. And of course, right now, do you happen to have it going? I had it at the, charting the court, hold, Down the Hill's May 1st, so it's not that far away. And it's something that we may want to send a few people to go down to it, because it's going to be important this year to try and really lobby for the money that we need in the bill. The other piece that also came up, and I'm not sure if it was talked about here at the high school or not, but it was in the paper today about the MCAS question that was controversial. We talked about it actually at the EDCO Executive Board, and there's a statement here on the, here it is, the Mass Association of School Committees joins its colleagues in advocacy and noting the inappropriateness of a portion of the MCAS test that was blatantly insensitive to many students, as well as to their, it doesn't say, I assume, to many students as well as to something. MASC recognizes the cultural insensitivity of this and many other elements of standardized tests that undermine cultural sensitivity, and joins those in the education community calling for more careful scrutiny of test components, as well as the overall use of test data to label students. However, we commend Elementary and Secondary Education Commissioner Jeff Riley for acting quickly and decisively to remove the question going forward, and to ensure that no student will be penalized if the question had already been responded to. This was an unprecedented flaw in the testing process, but an equally unprecedented immediate correction and redaction by the commissioner, said Devin Sheehan of the Holyoke School Committee and president of MASC. We hope this ushers in an era of collaboration on the appropriate use of testing and test data going forward. So I just wanted to make sure that everybody here knew about it, and I'm not sure if there was any talk about it at the high school at all, or?
I'm sure there was a lot. I'm not sure what the content of the conversations were. Terrible question. A lot of folks saying we should have, but it should have never made it to the point. And I quite frankly, I appreciate and agree with the sentiment of it being removed from the question. But if you are taking the test, and as Dr. Warnham has talked about, when you experience an aggression or a microaggression, your brain shuts down. I would argue that there's a question for many students about the validity of any question after having faced that question. So,
and that was the first question.
I don't know. I actually don't know the order.
I heard that.
But I think that there's more questions to be asked, quite frankly.
Okay. That was all I had.
Other committee reports? Liaison reports?
So we had a policy meeting on Tuesday. We talked a lot about student accounts and the varying practices that go on in our schools, and Ms. Dunn is not here to talk about it, but it really was eye-opening in terms of some of the ways that money is being exchanged by and among parents, teachers, PTOs, in sort of interesting ways, all with, I think, good intentions, but ways that if we're going to be making changes, as Ms. Dunn anticipates, is going to potentially ruffle some feathers at the school levels in terms of how things have been done in the past. So just wanted to mention that.
Other liaison reports? Updates? No? Yes.
I don't know if this came up earlier, but this is the beginning of Climate Spring. It used to be Climate Action Week. There's a whole wide variety of excellent events for students. The first ones, I think, may have started, but there's definitely more this weekend. I don't know if you're taking, that the superintendent has been asked to judge potentially.
Yes, I am. I'm a judge, select board member, Bernard Green and Ben Franco, I believe, and Ms. Monopoly. We're all judges at Pierce for climate action projects that students are presenting. The event starts at 11. Well, it might start slightly after 11. Judges have to be there at 11. 11:30 to 1 with award ceremony around 1 o'clock. So I was not able to go last year and heard amazing things about the event. So I think a great opening event in the opening of the month, as Ms. Dickoff announced.
I was a judge last year, and my favorite part was the second graders in the white lab coats, but just generally it was priceless. And the kids worked really hard. They presented very, very diligently, and they had great. They were doing science, and it was so self-directed that the one that sticks in my mind is this younger students who had decided to make a water filter to clean water, and they had just figured they just made a whole bunch of assumptions about like what might filter water, right? And so they'd like put a sponge. They'd used a sponge, and they'd tried it with dirt, and they tried it with leaves from the garden, and they just found things in their environment to see if it would clean water, and then they had it all there with the water and the stuff, and and they go, well, we tried this one, but it didn't work, and then they would go on to anyway. It was that part of it. I was particularly impressed with. It was the degree to which the students were directing their own learning. Was really valuable. All right. Yes. Whoop.
I mentioned this already, but I'm going to forward this to school committee members, and would love if other folks are able to join me. I'm going to attend the Asian American Student Essay Contest at the Brookline Teen Center. If anyone would like to join me, I will be there. So especially after going to the Brookline Commission for Women and hearing the students give their speeches, it's an amazing experience. So I'm looking forward to this event. May 8th, Brookline Teen Center, 6 to 8 p.m. The event is free and open to all. There's an RSVP on the URL.
And I would just say that the Brookline School Committee made I would say maybe a journeyman showing at the Brookline Education Foundation's Trivia Bee. We finished firmly in the middle of the pack. We didn't lead out, but I have to say that much as I enjoy that event, I can't claim to be like a leader or major contributor when it comes to trivia. So if any other school committee members are good at trivia, you should join us next year, because it's a great night, and obviously supports our teachers in a really meaningful way.
Is there any update from the advisory committee meeting earlier this week?
There you
to.
I wasn't there.
Yeah, so advisory met on Tuesday, continues next Wednesday. Started with their presentation for the budget in their hearing on the budget, and they will take their vote hopefully for favorable action on the PSB budget. There are a few questions relative to special education that are outstanding, but that was really the extent of questions that were asked relative to the budget. Advisory voted favorable action on the furniture and repairs CIP. Voted favor. So the typical parts of Charlie or Mr. Simmons' budget. Voted favorable action on the leases with a request that and that was 19 to 0 to 1. Favorable action on the lease payments with a request that the town auditor determine if in future years that those funds belong in CIP or operating budget, along with not furniture,
the
the
mini
mini CIP for both the town and the schools. And then they deferred action on both Driscoll and Baldwin with the request that Deputy Town Administrator Melissa Goff do a presentation on the debt and tax implications for the two projects. So she will be joining the advisory meeting next Wednesday to do that presentation. And so the three remaining votes are vote on the school's operating budget and on the two large capital projects. And they did vote favorable action, also almost unanimously, I think I said this, on the $2 million in the CIP for the Pierce project.
Oh, great.
It was again, it was like 19 or 20 to 0 to 1. One abstention on the Pierce CIP.
One thing that came up just recently, I think it was Ms. Heller who told me that the borrowing costs for the Coolidge Corner School were estimated at 5% and actually came in under 3%.
2.9%.
2.9%.
Yeah, the final portion of the Coolidge project has just been bonded, and it came in at 2.9% for
and
interest.
my understanding is $35 million that was bonded for the high school also was estimated at 5%, came in at 2.9 also. So, I mean, that's really good news for us, and it speaks to getting these projects done quickly while the borrowing, municipal borrowing rates are low.
And I will just say that the special education questions that advisor had were, what is our student service budget? What is the Brookline student service budget as a percentage of the overall operating budget as compared to sort of neighboring towns? So Ms. No Miller is putting that together, and we're comparable. I didn't have the exact numbers, so Ms. No Miller is putting that together. But we can give that to advisory next week.
Monday night, we were invited. I was originally invited, and then because it seemed appropriate, I got the invitation extended both to Deputy Superintendent Dunn and to Ms. Charlevsky as chair of the Capital Subcommittee, but responded to an invitation from one of the subcommittees of the Fiscal Health Study Committee or whatever that's looking at the town's expenses and finances, and they were particularly interested in talking about what they characterize as policies and procedures, although we had a discussion in which we clarified that it was more about procedures than not really policies for capital planning and capital funding. And they wanted to know, how do we develop our CIP, and they also want to know how does the town develop a budget for a major capital project. They were particularly interested in, like, how did the high school, get to be 5.6 million, or how did Driscoll get to be 108.9, whatever it is. These kinds of numbers. So it was a good discussion, but not a complete one. And so they asked if we would be willing to come back, and we said yes. So sometime several weeks. It's not scheduled yet when that'll continue.
just one more board update, fiscal update. Tuesday night was also the night the select board had the school's presentation. So while Ms. Dunn started the school's presentation with advisory, and then I joined her for the second part of their presentation and the rounds of questioning. I presented the budget to the select board. They had a few questions, all answered, and we'll be voting our budget on April 30th. They'll also be voting the language on May 30th for the MSBA required language for the feasibility and schematic money for the Pierce project. And I'll be bringing that language to the school committee at the school committee meeting that follows that select board vote, which is May 9th, so that the school committee can vote it before town meeting.
Is there any new business or other business to come before this committee? Yes, Ms. Monopoly.
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
You're just stretching out your wrist. So you don't want to talk about more things?
Oh, I will also say that so town meeting is Tuesday evening, but also that evening is the Parks and Rec Commission, and they have on their agenda some important pieces related to the high school, so I will probably go there. So, a discussion of a study of playing fields, a discussion of the streetscape, and a discussion of the utility poles on Cypress Field.
So you're on
I
that.
think the playing fields is a separate discussion. It's not part. It's the high school would be included certainly as one of the playing fields, but they're looking at all. They're doing an analysis of all the playing fields.
And aren't you on that?
I'm on
You're
that.
on the committee, but in this case, because it's about Newbury and you're on the Newbury committee, are you planning to be at the town meeting?
No, I was actually planning on being at the speaker for the BEEP program, so
All right, well.
on Tuesday. I think that
Ms. Ditkoff can report.
I think it's just a reporting back to the full committee of what the subcommittee is doing or has done.
About fields?
The update is being done by the chair of the Parks and Rec Commission. It's not, so I don't know what he's going to say, obviously.
All right. Seeing no further business to come before this committee, we stand adjourned.